Chapter 312. At the door. The Wolf King bared its fangs, and there was a trace of a smile in its bell-like eyes. Behind Wolf King, Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong stood side by side. Their faces were also full of smiles. "What are you doing here?" Dong Cheng raised his eyebrows, and then when he saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he said, "If you're here to ask for peace and apologize, then forget it." Apologize? Ask for peace? Two people and one wolf were a little stunned. What was with this person's eyes? Couldn't he see that they were here to cause trouble? A good dog doesn't block the way, get out of the way. Wolf King waved its paw, pushed Dong Cheng aside, and swaggered into the alchemy room. As soon as it saw Lu Ziyuan sitting in the lounge, it turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a sneaky smile, "Lu Ziyuan is here. That's good." Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong also walked into the alchemy room. "What the hell do you want?" Xiao Hong suddenly got up and glared at them. Dong Cheng also closed the stone door and walked into the lounge. He stood beside Xiao Hong, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Lu Ziyuan didn't say anything. "Oh, why don't you go wash up? No wonder it's because my holy water is too fragrant that you can't bear to wash it. Do you want me to give you some more?" Wolf King glanced at Xiao Hong and Lu Hong and said with a strange smile. While speaking, he didn't forget to stick out a certain part of his lower body. "Rogue." Lu Hong's face turned red, and she cursed secretly. However, Xiao Hong and Lu Hong's faces were green and red, and their bodies were trembling. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They really wished they could immediately take a knife and castrate the Wolf King's thing. "What's wrong with this person?" Qin Feiyang looked at Huang San suspiciously, then looked up at Lu Ziyuan and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, I came uninvited, please forgive me." Lu Ziyuan said lightly, "Don't play these tricks, just say what your purpose is. Senior brother Lu is indeed a straightforward person." Qin Feiyang smiled, his eyes swept across the alchemy room as he said, "I'm in alchemy room number 3. No matter how I think about it, I can't help but feel that something is wrong." "What are you trying to say?" Lu Ziyuan frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to say that I've taken a fancy to your alchemy room. I wonder if senior martial brother Lu can bear to part with it and give it to me." Lu Ziyuan suddenly stood up, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the sacred hall just because you can refine supreme grade pills?" Xiao Hong and the other man roared. He had just snatched their alchemy room, and now he actually came to snatch Lu Ziyuan's alchemy room. He was too arrogant. Too much. Compared to all of you, I'm really a good person. Senior brother Lu, how was it? If you're unwilling, then I can only issue you a challenge before everyone. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Ziyuan said in a deep voice, "If you really have the guts, then go and challenge Murong Jing. Don't be a tyrant here and bully the weak." Fart. Lu Hong couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was clearly these three people who came to find trouble with them in the beginning. They were just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Now, they were saying that they were bullying the weak. What a joke. Lu Ziyuan and the other two looked at Lu Hong with a piercing sharpness in their eyes. Lu Hong waved her hand and smiled, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. You guys continue." Humph. Lu Ziyuan snorted and looked at Qin Feiyang, "If you have the guts to challenge Murong Jing, then I'll really admire you. You want to shift the blame? You're too naive. First, Murong Jing and I have no enmity. Why should I become enemies with her? Besides, women are meant to be protected, not challenged. As a man, you actually said such words. I'm really ashamed of you. Second, I don't need the admiration of a two-faced villain. Previously on the first floor, you were so arrogant. Of course, I have to return the favor. So today, I'm going to take your alchemy room." Qin Feiyang smiled. Crack. Lu Ziyuan clenched his fists, his expression extremely ugly. "Too arrogant, too presumptuous. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him." Xiao Hong was unable to restrain his anger and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Dong Cheng and Lu Ziyuan really didn't stop him. A strange light flashed in their eyes. If Xiao Hong really killed this person, it would be the best of both worlds. Because Xiao Hong killed this person. It had nothing to do with them. If the upper echelons of the holy sanctum investigated, they would only pursue Xiao Hong's responsibility. This way, they could also get rid of Xiao Hong along the way. This way, they would have one less competitor. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and suddenly felt enlightened. Although the three of them seemed to have a good relationship on the surface, in reality, they all had evil intentions. Cough, cough. He coughed dryly and looked at Xiao Hong, who was charging over. He smiled meaningfully. Don't be used by some people. Xiao Hong was shocked and stopped immediately. His muddled mind calmed down quickly. At the same time, an imperceptible glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was no fool to be able to survive to this day. After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, he instantly saw through Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng's intentions. However, he endured it. That was because Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng's talent in alchemy was similar to his, and the threat they posed to him was far less than Qin Feiyang. Therefore, the most important thing now was to join forces to get rid of Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng exchanged glances, feeling as though there was a heavy stone pressing down on their hearts. To be able to see through their schemes with a single glance, this person's insight was even more shocking than they had imagined. This was a formidable opponent. Lu Ziyuan walked to Xiao Hong's side and patted his shoulder, smiling. Forget it. It's just an elixir refinement room. What's the harm in giving it to them? Dong Cheng nodded. That's right. Sooner or later, the elixir refinement room will return to our hands. Qin Feiyang, have you heard of an old saying? Mountains and rivers take turns. Let's wait and see. Lu Ziyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He packed his personal belongings and left the elixir refinement room. The good show is yet to come. Before Xiao Hong and Dong Cheng left, they also looked at Qin Feiyang coldly. The three of them went to elixir refinement room 3. Haha, it feels good to step on such an arrogant person. The Wolf King shook its head, feeling incomparably delighted. The resentment that had been bottled up in its heart had finally been completely vented. Lu Hong covered her mouth and could not help but laugh. Looking at Huang San, she asked, how should we deal with this person? Huang San's heart skipped a beat as he said hurriedly, Junior brother Qin, no, senior brother Qin, I'm innocent. Don't make things difficult for me, all right? His voice was weak and it was clear that his injuries were not light. Lu Hong asked, then why did they beat you up? Huang San stammered. How could he dare to say it? If he said it out loud, the two people and the wolf would probably beat him up fiercely. Wolf King chuckled. You're not going to say it. I was just worried that I had nothing better to do. Why don't I have some fun with you? Don't. I'll say it. I was the one who told Xiao Hong and the others that you were silly, senior brother Qin. That's why they went to find trouble with you. Huang San said. So, you're the fuse of this entire matter. Lu Hong's face was as cold as ice. Senior sister, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I promise I won't speak nonsense in the future. Huang San begged weakly. Lu Hong's eyes flashed with killing intent as she sneered. How can it be so easy? I'll kill you right now. At the same time that she finished speaking, her spotlessly white jade fingers grabbed towards Huang San's throat. Qin Feiyang hurriedly grabbed her wrist and said in surprise, You're really going to kill him? Lu Hong said, What's the point of keeping such a person alive? Don't forget the rules of the Divine Temple. If you kill him, you will be implicated. It's not worth it for such a person. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing slightly as he whispered in Lu Hong's ear, Take out the image crystal and record everything he says. Is that necessary? Lu Hong frowned. Didn't Wolf King say that the Divine Temple forbids private fights? Lu Ziyuan and the others have violated the rules by torturing Huang San like this. Who knows, maybe this conversation will come in handy in the future. Qin Feiyang laughed softly. Okay. Lu Hong nodded and took out the image crystal without a trace. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at Huang San. Tell me everything you know, how Lu Ziyuan and the others beat you up. Okay, I'll tell you. Huang San nodded his head repeatedly. How could he dare to hide anything? He told them everything in full detail. When Huang San finished, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lu Hong. Lu Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked down at Huang San. He shook his head and said, "Seeing how pitiful you are, I won't make things difficult for you. Take care of yourself and throw him out." Lu Hong did not say anything else. She picked up Huang San and threw him out before closing the stone door. Elixir Refinement Room 2, Lu Hong, go and clean up the resting room and the cultivation room. I'll try and see how many supreme-grade elixirs I can refine. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he walked towards the elixir refinement room. Lu Hong also put away the image crystal and walked into the cultivation room. But at this moment, "Qin Feiyang, come out." An angry roar sounded outside the door. Two people and one wolf looked at each other. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Lu Hong said, "It's the law enforcement elder, Lu Yun. What is she doing here?" Qin Feiyang frowned, and from his tone, he seemed to be a bit angry. He hurriedly walked to the door and opened it. He saw a beautiful woman in white standing outside with an ugly expression. Huang San was still sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds. He did not even have the strength to stand up. Qin Feiyang walked out of the elixir refinement room and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Lu Hong bowed as well. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, why did you do this?" "Elder, what are you referring to?" Qin Feiyang was somewhat baffled. "Are you still playing dumb with me? You really disappoint me. I thought you were a talent, but I never expected you to beat someone to such a state the moment you came to the sacred hall. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the sacred hall just because you can refine supreme-grade elixirs?" Chapter 313. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought that Lu Yun was blaming him for allowing Wolf King to pee on Xiao Hong and Luo Yunyang. It turned out that Lu Yun thought that he was the one who had beaten up Huang San. Qin Feiyang hurriedly explained, "Elder, you've misunderstood. We didn't beat up Huang San. It was Lu Ziyuan and the rest." However, he felt an inexplicable sense of disgust towards this law-enforcing elder. It was ridiculous for him to jump to a conclusion without asking for the reason or right or wrong. Lu Ziyuan and the rest. Lu Yun frowned and shouted, "Lu Ziyuan, come out immediately." Clang. The stone door of Alchemy Room 3 opened. Lu Ziyuan and the other two walked out one after another and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Lu." The 6 young men and women with level 9 mental strength also ran out when they heard the news. Lu Yun looked at Lu Ziyuan and the other two and asked, "What happened to Huang San?" "We don't know." Lu Ziyuan and the other two looked at Huang San and shook their heads in confusion. "The show is about to begin again." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Perhaps the words he had just recorded could come in handy now. Lu Yun said, "Then why did Qin Feiyang say that you were the ones who beat up Huang San?" "He's slandering us. Elder, look, we still have the urine of that beast on us. They are relying on the fact that they can refine supreme-grade pills to flaunt their prowess here. They don't take anyone seriously at all. Elder, if you don't believe me, you can ask Huang San." Lu Ziyuan and the other two were filled with righteous indignation and grievance. Lu Yun looked at Lu Ziyuan and the other two, then at Qin Feiyang, Luo Yunyang, and Wolf King. His eyes were filled with anger. "How unruly. You people have been spoiled to the heavens. Today, I must get to the bottom of this. If anyone lies, then don't blame this elder for being merciless. Huang San, get up." Lu Yun shouted. Huang San's gaze trembled slightly. If he were to speak the truth, he would definitely offend Lu Ziyuan and the other two. If he helped Lu Ziyuan and the other two to slander Qin Feiyang, he would offend Qin Feiyang, a top-grade alchemist. He couldn't afford to offend these two groups of people. There was bitterness in his heart. He was just a nobody. Why did they have to put him in the middle and make things difficult for him? In the end, he simply pretended to pass out. As long as he didn't say anything, this matter would have nothing to do with him. Lu Ziyuan and the other two exchanged glances as a trace of ridicule flashed across their eyes. "Junior brother Huang San, don't be afraid. With Elder Lu upholding justice, Qin Feiyang won't dare to do anything to you." "That's right. Say what you need to say and let Elder Lu make the decision for you. The three of them walked over and lowered their heads to look at Huang San with a smile. However, Huang San was sprawled on the ground, motionless, as if he had really fainted. Lu Ziyuan squatted on the ground and flipped Huang San over. When he saw the injuries on Huang San's body, his expression changed. He raised his head and glared at the two men and the wolf, shouting, "What feud does he have with you? Why are you so ruthless? Sigh, how pitiful. Huang San is a fellow disciple after all. What you did is really too much." Xiao Hong and the other two shook their heads and sighed. The two men and the wolf remained silent. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover a hint of amusement in their eyes. Go ahead. Go on. The more ferocious the commotion, the angrier Lu Yun would be when the truth came out. When that time came, it wouldn't be as simple as punishment. Lu Yun's brows furrowed deeper as he took out a healing pill and threw it to Lu Ziyuan. Feed him. I want him to say it himself. Yes. Lu Ziyuan caught the healing pill and replied respectfully before stuffing it into Huang San's mouth. What should we do? However, Huang San was burning with anxiety. From the looks of it, he couldn't escape today. He pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Where is this?" Lu Ziyuan smiled. "Junior brother Huang San, you're finally awake. Quickly tell Elder Lu how Qin Feiyang and company tortured you." Elder Lu? Huang San was slightly taken aback. He hurriedly got up and knelt respectfully on the ground. He kowtowed. Disciple Huang San greets Elder Lu. Lu Yun said, "Tell me, how did you get these injuries?" This, Huang San looked at Lu Ziyuan and company. A sharp glint flashed across their eyes. Upon seeing this sharp glint, Huang San's heart trembled. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Lu Hong said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be used by others again." "What are you doing? How dare you threaten him in front of Elder Lu? Aren't you being too bold?" Lu Ziyuan and company shouted. The corners of Lu Hong's mouth curled up as she pursed her lips in deep mockery. Lu Ziyuan patted Huang San on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Junior brother Huang San, don't be afraid. We will help you. Just tell us the truth." Huang San steeled his heart and looked at Lu Yun. "Elder Lu, it was Qin Feiyang and company who beat me up. Elder, please uphold justice for me." Lu Ziyuan and company laughed. However, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King also laughed. Only Lu Yun's expression was as cold as frost. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "What else do you have to say?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Elder Lu, to put it bluntly, some people are really spoiled by you. How dare you? How dare you speak to Elder Lu like that? Don't you know how to respect your elders? Elder Lu, this person is narrow-minded and ruthless. He must be severely punished." Lu Ziyuan and company bowed. Lu Yun's expression sank as she said, "Qin Feiyang, immediately give up alchemy room No. 2 and scram back to the first floor. You are not allowed to come to the 10th floor for a year." Lu Ziyuan and company looked at each other, feeling extremely smug. Arrogant. Continue being arrogant. I already said that alchemy room number 2 will soon return to us, but you still don't believe me. Now, it has come true, right? This is the outcome of going against us. Seeing Qin Feiyang's indifference, Lu Yun completely lost her patience and shouted, "Get lost." Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He didn't have a good impression of this laughable woman. He said indifferently, "Lu Hong, let our elder Lu listen carefully." Heh. Lu Ziyuan and company were taken aback. Lu Hong took out an image crystal and infused it with her battle aura. The words she had recorded echoed clearly in the void. How did this happen? Huang San's face went blank. When did they record it? Lu Ziyuan and company's faces instantly turned pale as they slumped to the ground weakly. Why did this happen? Victory was clearly in their grasp. Qin Feiyang was about to be beaten back to his original state and become a street rat. Why did this happen? Heavens, why did you have to tease us? The three of them were dejected. It's over. Lu Yun will definitely fly into a rage. They raised their heads and carefully looked at Lu Yun. Indeed. Lu Yun clenched her fists tightly. Her expression was gloomy as a bone-chilling cold aura emanated from her body. Elder Lu, we were wrong. Elder Lu, please give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. We will definitely be honest in the future. Elder, please give us a way out. The three of them hurriedly admitted their mistakes and asked for leniency. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. If he hadn't been careful today, he would probably be the one begging for mercy. If he wanted to survive in the sacred hall, he had to take every step carefully. Otherwise, he would be smashed to pieces if he wasn't careful. He lowered his head and looked at Huang San. Huang San immediately lowered his head in panic, not daring to meet his gaze. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I already told you to behave yourself, but why didn't you listen? Senior brother Qin, I had no choice. Huang San looked up at Lu Yun with a long face and said, Elder Lu, I was forced. If I hadn't slandered senior brother Qin today, Lu Ziyuan and the rest would definitely not have let me off. Elder Lu, please be merciful and spare this disciple this time. Huang San begged bitterly. Sigh. This was the sorrow and helplessness of an insignificant person. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Yun and shook his head. Do you see that? Are you still going to deny what I said? Elder Lu's expression was gloomy. These people were not just pampered to the heavens. They were practically running amok. From the looks of it, they were about to do whatever they wanted in the Pill-Fire Hall. All right. Very good. I didn't expect our sacred hall to nurture so many overlords. Do you think you are very powerful? That you are very impressive. Lu Yun lowered his head and asked the trio. The anger in his heart was burning wildly. No, no. Lu Ziyuan and company hurriedly shook their heads. Scram. Get out of the Pill-Fire Hall immediately. Kneel in the square outside for a month. Without my permission, anyone who dares to stand up will be expelled from the sacred hall and will never be allowed to take half a step into the sacred hall. Lu Yun roared. She was completely enraged. It was a big joke that such a thing happened under her jurisdiction. Elder Lu, please be merciful. We really know our mistakes. Lu Ziyuan and company hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Their faces were as pale as paper. Lu Yun shouted, if you don't scram, I will have your family members come to the sacred hall to collect your corpses. Boom. With that said, the trio felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies and minds trembled. They hurriedly got up and ran to the first floor as if they were running for their lives. Wolf King stood on the ground and waved his claws. Run slowly. Don't fall. Bang. 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 Lu Ziyuan and company immediately staggered and rolled down the stairs. Their heads were bleeding and they screamed in pain. Wakaka, see, I told you to run slowly, but you didn't listen. Look at you now. You've lost all your face. Wolf King laughed in Schadenfreude. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong looked at each other, their eyes full of smiles. One had to know. For the arrogant Lu Ziyuan and company, kneeling in the square outside for a month was more painful than death. It was also obvious that Lu Yun was truly enraged. The one who was most afraid now was Huang San. Lu Yun was silent, as if she was considering how to deal with him. There was dead silence. Moments later, Lu Yun finally looked at Huang San and said, pack up and leave the sacred hall immediately. Ah! Huang San exclaimed. This meant that he had been expelled from the sacred hall. Chapter 314. Oh! Lu Hong and Wolf King were stunned. Lu Yun also wore a look of surprise. Clearly, they didn't expect Qin Feiyang to plead for Huang San. As for Huang San, he was dumbfounded. He originally thought that even if Qin Feiyang didn't kill him, he would teach him a lesson. But not only did he not do that, he even spoke up for him. What a good person. Compared to Lu Ziyuan and company, this person was simply a kind angel. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, since you don't want to pursue the matter, I have nothing else to say. She looked at Huang San and said, you may leave first. Yes. Huang San hurriedly got up from the ground. Qin Feiyang said, remember this lesson. Don't be used by others in the future. Thank you for your magnanimity, senior brother Qin. Huang San said with tears of gratitude. He then turned around and ran down the stairs without looking back. Lu Yun retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. I was wrong about you just now. Don't take it to heart. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Elder, you're too kind. May I know why you're looking for me? Let's talk inside. Lu Yun glanced at the disciples who were looking downstairs and turned to walk into the alchemy room. The two humans and wolf looked at each other and followed in with a trace of suspicion. Even Lu Ziyuan was defeated by Qin Feiyang. This fellow is quite capable. It looks like our Pillfire Hall is going to change in the future. That's right. Lu Ziyuan and company's days of arrogance have finally come to an end. As soon as the stone door to the alchemy room closed, all the disciples began discussing fervently. The 6 young men and women with level 9 psyche power looked at alchemy room number 2 with fear in their eyes. In the beginning, they knew that Huang San was beaten up by Lu Ziyuan and company. But due to the trio's status, they didn't dare interrupt. Similarly, they also wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Qin Feiyang. But he never imagined that it would be Lu Ziyuan and the other 2 who would be defeated by Qin Feiyang. This person's mind is simply too amazing. He gives me the feeling that all of this is within his control. In the future, unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not provoke him again. A woman in white sighed. The other 5 nodded in agreement. This Qin Feiyang was much harder to deal with than Lu Ziyuan and the other 2. Alchemy room number 2. Lu Yun took out a pill and stared intently at Qin Feiyang. He asked, Did you really refine this longevity extension pill? Qin Feiyang looked at the pill. There was a glaring pill mark on it. He asked doubtfully, Did those 2 deacon elders give it to you? Lu Yun nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Then it was me who refined it. Not bad, not bad. Another genius alchemist has come to our sacred hall. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Now that he had personally verified it, Lu Yun was overjoyed. But soon after, she frowned again and shook her head. This shouldn't be your full strength. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The 2 deacon elders told me. When you refined this longevity extension pill, you didn't use Xiao Hong's 3rd grade cauldron. You also didn't use the Pillfire Hall's Pillfire. This means that you can completely refine medicinal pills of even higher quality. Tell me, why are you hiding it? Lu Yun looked at him curiously. People from the sacred hall are indeed difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and said with a smile, To be honest, Elder, I just want to keep a low profile. Keep a low profile? Lu Yun was taken aback as a strange look appeared in his eyes. First, he snatched Xiao Hong and Dong Cheng's alchemy rooms. Then, he snatched Lu Ziyuan's alchemy room and humiliated the 3 of them. How could this be called keeping a low profile? Upon seeing Lu Yun's expression, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. If they didn't provoke me first, I wouldn't have humiliated them. He did plan on keeping a low profile. Even if he wanted to occupy a seat on the 10th floor, he wouldn't challenge Lu Ziyuan and company. They could only blame themselves for being blind. Lu Yun couldn't help but look at him in surprise and smile. Let me see your pinnacle alchemy skills. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Lu Yun said, I promise that I won't reveal it to anyone, including the prefecture lord. All right. I'll refine a healing pill. Qin Feiyang nodded. The other party was a law-enforcing elder who had repeatedly pleaded with him. If he rejected him, it would probably arouse his disgust. He strode into the alchemy room and took out the bronze cauldron and a set of herbs for the healing pill. Following that, he activated his alchemy fire and sent his psyche over, fusing it bit by bit. This time, the fusion took a total of 6 hours. At that moment, the sky outside had already darkened. Lu Ziyuan and company knelt side by side in the square. When the disciples passed by them, they couldn't help but whisper. This made them feel even more humiliated. The hatred in his heart towards Qin Feiyang became even more intense. Phew. After the fusion of psyche and alchemy fire, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and began to refine in an orderly manner. In fact, he was also looking forward to what level of supreme grade pill he could refine. One had to know. This was spiritual state, not Yang County. In Yang County, he was the only supreme-grade alchemist and everyone had to curry favor with him. However, in spiritual state, there were only two known to be supreme-grade alchemists: Lu Xingchen and Murong Jing. If the supreme-grade pill he refined couldn't surpass the two of them, the upper echelons of the Sacred Palace wouldn't put in all their effort to nurture him. In other words, this alchemy was related to his future interests and fate. At the same time, Lu Yun sized up Qin Feiyang, who was refining pills, and nodded in approval. A good alchemist first depended on one's state of mind. No desires and thoughts. No panic and no chaos. No hurry and no impatience. This child had such a state of mind. Whoosh! Dozens of breaths passed. The healing pill was finally out. Like a rainbow, it rushed out of the bronze alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and held the healing pill firmly in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yun, Lu Hong, and Wolf King surrounded him with anticipation. Phew! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and slowly spread his 5 fingers. Rays of resplendent light shot out from the gaps between his fingers. Such a strong light. Lu Yun's gaze trembled. Wolf King urged, "Little Qinzi, can you hurry up? You're so slow. You're really keeping us in suspense." Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and the wolf and suddenly spread his hands. A healing pill the size of a pellet suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The light was too dazzling. It was almost impossible to see the pill patterns on the pill. "It's 2 pill patterns," Lu Hong exclaimed. Lu Yun's body and mind were also trembling. The light came from the 2 pill patterns. He could actually refine a pill with 2 pill patterns. Unbelievable. His alchemy talent was so terrifying. He was no longer a monster, but a pervert, an inhuman. 2 eye-piercing pill veins madly attacked her line of sight, shaking her soul. As the person involved, Qin Feiyang also couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Although he had already expected it, the excitement in his heart was indescribable when he saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, it was different from the healing pill refined in the alchemy room on the 1st floor. The light emitted by the 2 pill patterns on this healing pill was almost the same and extremely bright. If it went one step further, it would probably give birth to a 3rd pill pattern. "It seems that I will still be popular in the spiritual state in the future," Qin Feiyang muttered. This was because the medicinal efficacy would increase exponentially with each additional pill vein. Take this healing pill for example. If it was put up for auction, it would definitely cause a frenzy. "Qin Feiyang, you are really good." Lu Yun also laughed without caring about her image. Her face, which was still charming, was blooming with happiness. Fortunately, Shiming didn't snatch this kid away. Otherwise, the pill hall would have lost a super monster. She stopped laughing and looked at Qin Feiyang. "If you want alchemy room number 1, I will give it to you immediately." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Hong said in a low voice, "This is a good opportunity." Qin Feiyang looked at her and pondered for a while. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's troublesome to run around. Thank you for your good intentions, Elder Lu." "You don't want it?" Lu Yun was shocked. Other disciples dreamed of getting alchemy room number 1. Now that it was in front of this kid, he didn't want it. Lu Yun asked, "Are you afraid of offending Murongjing?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I didn't think so much. It's just that it's better to avoid trouble. Anyway, alchemy room number 2 is enough. He's not arrogant or rash. What a good seedling." Lu Yun muttered to herself and nodded with a smile, "Up to you. However, alchemy is important, but so is cultivation. Don't just focus on alchemy and neglect your cultivation." "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. "All right, that's it. I'll take my leave first. By the way, can you give me this healing pill?" Lu Yun asked. "Sure." Qin Feiyang handed it over with both hands. Lu Yun played with it for a while and smiled. "Take out your image crystal. We will establish a contract bridge. If there are any problems in the future, just send me a message." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. After establishing the contract bridge, Lu Yun left with the healing pill. Lu Hong went up and closed the stone door. She shook her head and said, "This woman is a little realistic. In this place, you can only be respected and valued if you show your value." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked Lu Hong, "Are you tired now?" "I'm fine," Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then go to the resource hall and help me buy some battle chi pill herbs. Be careful on the way. There shouldn't be any ignorant people who will find trouble with me now, right?" Lu Hong covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she opened the stone door and quickly left. Wolf King came in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a fawning smile, "Little Qin Zi, when are you going to help me refine the transformation pill and barrier-breaking pill? You're in such a hurry." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it and walked to the pill furnace. He took out the barrier-breaking pill and transformation pill herbs. This was naturally sorted out by Fatso. Needless to say, with Fatso helping to sort out the herbs, it really saved him a lot of time. Hundreds of breaths passed. The barrier-breaking pill and transformation pill were finally out of the furnace. Wolf King impatiently swallowed them into his stomach. The next moment, its gigantic body glowed brightly like a resplendent full moon, illuminating the entire alchemy room. Qin Feiyang retreated to the side and watched curiously. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Wolf King's body was shrinking in circles. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. In the end, it was almost the size of a baby's palm. So magical. Qin Feiyang mumbled, "Haha, I've finally become smaller." Wolf King stood on the ground, looked at himself, and couldn't help but laugh. But then, it stretched out its paw and covered its mouth. Its eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 315. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Do you feel like you're dreaming?" Wolf King ignored him. It cleared its throat and said tentatively, "Lord Wolf, you're so handsome." Qin Feiyang immediately rolled his eyes. This ruffian wolf was getting more and more narcissistic. "Waha, you can talk now, and you can also become smaller. From now on, who can stop Brother Wolf from behaving atrociously?" Wolf King laughed wildly. "Behave atrociously?" Qin Feiyang's veins bulged. This bastard, besides behaving atrociously, did he have nothing else in his mind? But then again, the ruffian wolf was now able to freely change the size of his body. It was indeed much more convenient for him to do things like stealing chickens and touching dogs. It seemed that he had to restrain it. Otherwise, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble before long. "This is for you." Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal. It was the image crystal that Lu Hong had bought with 10 million gold coins at the auction house. "You even prepared this thing for me?" Wolf King was surprised. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Which one of your matters have I not taken to heart?" "Heh. You're still the best. But where should I put it? I can't always hang a Chenkuan bag around my neck, right?" How unsightly. Wolf King was at a loss. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. It was just a wolf, could he not be so narcissistic? Finally, after establishing the contract bridge, Qin Feiyang directly tied a Chenkuan bag around Wolf King's neck without any explanation. However, the rope that tied the Chenkuan bag could shrink freely. In this way, when Wolf King changed the size of his body, he would not break the rope. So ugly. If I met a beautiful female wolf, wouldn't I be disgusted to death? But forget it, let's go out for a walk first. Hee, it's a dark and windy night, and there's no one around. It's a good opportunity to peek at a girl taking a bath. It laughed sinisterly and ran out of the alchemy room in a flash. By the time Qin Feiyang reacted and chased after him, he was long gone. He gnashed his teeth in anger. This bastard, can't he be a little less worrisome? At the center of the sacred palace, which was the junction between the Pill Hall and the Martial Arts Hall, there was a huge palace. It was more than 10 stories tall, and its entire body was as black as ink, emitting a cold aura. This was the resource hall. Although it was already dark, there were still many people going in and out. Outside the resource hall, there was a small plaza. Soon, Lu Hong walked into the plaza and quickly walked towards the resource hall. When the disciples entering and exiting saw her, they all revealed looks of awe. When Lu Hong entered the resource hall, Another 2 white-clothed youths walked into the square, but they did not enter the resource hall. They stood in a dark corner and looked at Lu Hong from afar. One of them was fat and the other was thin. The fat youth frowned and said, "Zheng Chuan, are you really going to do this? You must know that Lu Hong is Qin Feiyang's woman." Zheng Chuan was the person who introduced Qin Feiyang and the others to the stone stairs when they first came to the sacred palace. At that time, he was even more determined to eat Lu Hong, this swan meat. Hearing the fat youth's words, Zheng Chuan said in disdain, "Wang Fei, what's with your gaze?" Wang Fei frowned and said, "Anyone with eyes can see that Lu Hong and Qin Feiyang's relationship is not shallow. Yes, their relationship is indeed very good. But from what I observed during the day, they are not a couple. I'm guessing that Lu Hong is merely a maid by Qin Feiyang's side." Zheng Chuan said in disdain. "Since she is a servant girl, why do you still want to touch her? Is there a point?" Wang Fei was puzzled. "Of course there is a point. Let me tell you, during the day when we were at the bottom of the stone stairs, I asked for her name. Do you know how disdainful she was looking at me? It was as if she was looking at a fly. Tonight, this fly of mine is really going to play with her." Zheng Chuan snorted and pursed his lips into a sneer. Wang Fei said worriedly, "But what if Qin Feiyang finds out? At that time, we will be dead." "Don't worry, we won't be found out. Because when I have played with her enough, I will kill her to silence her." Zheng Chuan's eyes flashed with a sinister look. "You are too crazy." Wang Fei raised his eyebrows and could not help but hesitate. "What are you afraid of? When I am tired of playing with her, I will let you play with her too. As for the treasures on her, we will split them equally." Zheng Chuan laughed softly. Wang Fei's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "You said it." "Of course." Zheng Chuan nodded. At this moment, Lu Hong walked out of the resource hall. "Play it by ear." Zheng Chuan whispered to Wang Fei and went up to her with a smile. "Beauty, we are really fated to meet again." Lu Hong looked at him in confusion and frowned. She said indifferently, "Do I know you?" Zheng Chuan's eyes flashed and he sighed. "We met this morning and now you have forgotten about me. Beauty, you are really forgetful." Lu Hong suddenly said, "I remember now. You're that person. May I ask what's the matter?" She was obviously patronizing him. Zheng Chuan became more and more annoyed. He said with a smile, "It's nothing. Wang Fei and I happen to be returning to the Pill Fire Hall. Why don't we go together?" "Whatever." Lu Hong said indifferently and walked towards a dark path. Zheng Chuan gave Wang Fei a look and quickly chased after her. From time to time, he would talk to Lu Hong. Lu Hong was annoyed. "Do it." About 100 breaths later, seeing that only the 3 of them were left on the path, Zheng Chuan gave a low shout. Wang Fei immediately reached out and grabbed Lu Hong's hands. "What are you doing?" Lu Hong flew into a rage and her battle chi surged. But at this moment, Zheng Chuan stuffed a pill into Lu Hong's mouth at lightning speed. Immediately, Lu Hong felt that she could not mobilize her battle chi and her strength was quickly draining away. She was incomparably shocked and furious as she shouted, "What kind of medicinal pill did you give me?" Zheng Chuan laughed. "Is there a spiritual disaster pill? Once you take it, your cultivation will be completely destroyed." She had heard of it. Lu Hong's face was pale. She said angrily, "Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that Qin Feiyang will kill you?" "Haha. Of course I am. But he will never know that we are the ones who killed you. But before I kill you, I want to have some fun. I'd like to see how arrogant you can be after I strip you naked." Zheng Chuan laughed lewdly. But before he could finish, a disciple suddenly walked over. His body was rather thin and short. Zheng Chuan cursed in his heart, "Damn it, someone actually came at this time. What bad luck. What should we do?" Wan Fei was rather nervous. "Don't panic." Zheng Chuan shouted in a low voice, lowered his head and looked at Lu Hong, "You no longer have any cultivation. If you dare to speak nonsense, I will kill you right now." Lu Hong's eyes flashed slightly as she looked at the person who came. That person was getting closer and closer. But when she saw the person's face clearly, Lu Hong immediately frowned. because the person who came was none other than Huang San. Could it be that Huang San and these two were also in cahoots? Huang San also noticed them. He hurriedly ran over to Lu Hong and said with a flattering smile, "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" Lu Hong said calmly, "I'm here to help Qin Feiyang buy some medicinal herbs." "What are you doing here?" "I'm also here to buy medicinal herbs for the qi gathering pill." "Hey, isn't this Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei? Why are you with senior sister?" Huang San was puzzled. Zheng Chuan smiled and said, "We just happened to meet in the resource hall, so we are going back to the pill fire hall together." Huang San nodded and looked at Lu Hong with a smile. "Senior sister, I won't disturb you anymore." After that, he walked past Lu Hong. Cough, cough. But at this moment, Lu Hong bent down and covered her chest with her jade-like hand. She couldn't stop coughing. "Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Huang San stopped and looked at her with concern. Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei stared at Huang San, their eyes full of killing intent. Lu Hong's eyes flashed slightly, and she quietly pulled off a jade pendant from her neck. Huang San said, "Senior sister, are you feeling unwell? Come on, let me help you up." "Thank you." Lu Hong got up and smiled. As she got up, she stuffed the jade pendant into Huang San's hand. Huang San was stunned, and found that Lu Hong's eyes and expression seemed a little strange. And when she said thank you, Lu Hong even gave him a look. Was there a problem? Huang San's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei without a trace, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Lu Hong was afraid that he would be exposed, so she waved her hand and said, "It's none of your business, go do your work." "Okay." Huang San nodded, grabbed the jade pendant, and walked toward the resource hall. After Huang San left, Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei immediately took out a dagger, holding Lu Hong as a hostage, and quickly disappeared along a small path. Soon, Huang San returned here again. Strange. Why did she give me this jade pendant? Could it be that she is asking me for help? Whatever, let's go find Qin Feiyang first. After all, it was because of his help that I can continue to stay in the holy hall. He muttered and ran all the way to the pill fire hall. He ran to the door of the number 2 alchemy room, panting, and knocked on the door. Qin Feiyang opened the stone door and saw Huang San. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. "What's the matter? Do you know this?" Huang San handed the jade pendant to Qin Feiyang. "Fire Phoenix." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He grasped his heart and asked, "Who gave it to you?" This jade pendant was the keepsake that Qin Feiyang gave to Lu Hong and others. Lu Hong, Fatso, Ling Yunfei, Feng Ling and Lin Yi each had one. Huang San said, "Senior sister Lu Hong gave it to me." Damn it. Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. Lu Hong would never give this jade pendant to Huang San easily. She must have encountered some danger, because in the past, he had told Lu Hong. If she encountered any danger, she could use this jade pendant to ask him for help when she couldn't use the image crystal. "Where is she? Show me the way." Qin Feiyang grabbed Huang San, jumped down from the 10th floor, landed at the bottom of the patio, and rushed out of the pill fire hall. "I met senior sister Lu Hong when I was on my way to the resource hall." Chapter 316. When Qin Feiyang ran out of the pill fire hall, the 2 middle-aged men guarding the door reached out to stop him. "Qin Feiyang, where are you going in such a hurry? Don't tell me you want to find a secluded place to kill Huang San. We all know that Huang San spoke out of turn, but it's all in the past. There's no need to pursue it. Just let him go." When the 2 saw Qin Feiyang holding Huang San with a murderous look, they thought that he was going to kill Huang San. They couldn't help but try to persuade him. Huang San paused and hurriedly said, "Elders, you've misunderstood. Senior brother Qin doesn't want to kill me." As Huang San spoke, Qin Feiyang scanned the square. He saw Wolf King in the middle of the square, triumphantly playing with the 3 of them. Wolf King also noticed him and immediately prepared to slip away. "Then what are you doing?" The 2 middle-aged men didn't understand. "Elders, there's no time to explain," Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, then grabbed Huang San and rushed toward the path leading to the resource hall. At the same time, he shouted at Wolf King, "White-eyed wolf, Lu Hong is in danger. Come with me immediately. What? Little Hong is in danger. Damn it, who dares bully her? See if I don't cripple him today. When Wolf King heard this, he immediately stopped playing around and angrily chased after Qin Feiyang. Did you hear that? That woman is in danger. Who has the guts to provoke Qin Feiyang now? Could it be another disciple of our three families? It's possible. But no matter who it is, I'm very happy to see them so anxious. I hope that person can kill that woman. At that time, Qin Feiyang will definitely be in great pain. Lu Ziyuan and the other two looked at the backs of Wolf King and Qin Feiyang. Sneers crept onto their faces. Wolf King caught up with her and asked, "Little Qin Zi, what happened?" Qin Feiyang explained briefly. Zheng Chuan, Wang Fei. Fuck, even if the Heavenly King comes down today, he won't be able to save your worthless lives. Wolf King said coldly, his whole body emitting a fierce aura. Qin Feiyang, I heard you say that Lu Hong is in danger. What do you mean? One of the middle-aged men also caught up. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Elder, don't ask now. I will explain to you when I come back. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. In his impression, Qin Feiyang was a gentle and polite young man. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was like a ferocious beast. What was it that made him so angry? He was a little worried and said, You're too slow. I will take you there. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and in less than 5 breaths, they arrived at the place where Lu Hong was plotted against. Where are they? They are clearly here. Huang San was surprised. White-eyed wolf, hurry up. Qin Feiyang shouted. Wolf King sniffed hard and nodded. Her body fragrance is very strong. Little Hong did stay here for a while. Every woman's body had a unique fragrance. Especially virgins, their body fragrance was even more special. Wolf King and Lu Hong had been together for a long time and had long known each other. Naturally, he could distinguish the body fragrance left by Lu Hong. Qin Feiyang asked, Where did she go? This way, come with me. Wolf King immediately followed the body fragrance and ran towards a small path. This is simply a dog's nose. Huang San whispered. Wolf King turned his head and glared at him fiercely. If not for Lu Hong being in danger, Huang San's fate would definitely be very miserable. A torrential river meandered through the entire sacred palace. On a certain shore, there was a small forest. Da. The hazy moonlight spread down. A series of footsteps suddenly sounded in the small forest in the dark night. It was Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei. They each held a dagger and placed it on Lu Hong's neck, vigilantly scanning the front. Not long later, they came to the side of the river. The rapid river made a splashing sound. With the sound of the river as a cover, even if she screams until her throat breaks, no one will hear. Let's play with her here. Zheng Chuan licked his lips and turned to look at Lu Hong. He chuckled and said, Little beauty, you didn't expect to fall into my hands so quickly, did you? Lu Hong said coldly, I advise you to let me go immediately. Let you go? Zheng Chuan was slightly stunned and could not help but laugh. Wang Fei frowned and urged, Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. No hurry, no hurry. Look, such a good figure, such a beautiful face, I can't bear to hurt you. Zheng Chuan shook his head and looked at Lu Hong's chest without restraint. Lu Hong's eyes surged with a cold light and said sternly, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death. Slap. Zheng Chuan reached out and slapped Lu Hong on the left side of her face. A striking palm print immediately appeared. You still dare to threaten me now? Okay, I'll strip you naked and let you have a taste of my power. Zheng Chuan's face was ferocious and his body was full of hostility. He reached out and grabbed Lu Hong's clothes. Qin Feiyang, Brother Wolf, why aren't you here yet? Could it be that I'm really doomed today? Lu Hong muttered to herself, her eyes filled with tears. No matter how strong she was only a weak woman. Seeing that her pure body was about to be tainted by a disgusting man, her heart was about to collapse. Helplessness and despair welled up in her heart. No. Even if I die, I can't be tainted by this beast. All of a sudden, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She suddenly turned her head and took the initiative to meet the blade. Wang Fei's expression changed and he hurriedly withdrew the dagger. But even so, on Lu Hong's spotlessly white neck, there was also a glaring wound. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Zheng Chuan was also shocked. Bitch, the more you act like this, the more excited I am. I'd like to see if you're a loyal woman or not. Or are you just a loose woman? With a sinister smile on his face, he opened his hands and pounced on Lu Hong like a wolf. Bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. Brother Wolf. Lu Hong's delicate body trembled. Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei were both shocked. How did they find us? Damn it. Damn it. Zheng Chuan roared in exasperation. Zheng Chuan, Wang Fei, do you know what you're doing now? Another angry roar sounded. It's the Deacon Elder. The two of them trembled both physically and mentally. Zheng Chuan, what do we do now? Wang Fei said anxiously, his face pale. What do we do? Of course we run. Zheng Chuan roared, turned around without hesitation, and jumped into the turbulent river. We're really doomed by this bastard. Wang Fei also jumped into the river with a bellyful of regret. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man brought Qin Feiyang, Huang San, and Wolf King and landed in front of Lu Hong. Wolf King said anxiously, Little Hong, are you okay? Tell me, I'll uphold justice for you. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. The grievances in her heart exploded and the tears in her eyes burst out. She threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms and cried bitterly. Her thin body trembled. Don't be afraid, it's all in the past. Qin Feiyang patted her shoulder and comforted her in a low voice. However, his face was gloomy. His pitch-black eyes flickered with an extremely shocking cold light. Damned beast. Wolf King roared like thunder. He ran to the river and scanned the surface. Huang San, where does this river lead to? Huang San hurriedly said, Brother Wolf, this river runs through the entire sacred hall. It'll be difficult to find them. Even if it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens, I won't let them go. Wolf King roared. Qin Feiyang, Lu Hong must have suffered a great shock. Let's send her back first. I'll report Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei's evil deeds to Elder Lu later. She'll uphold justice for you. The middle-aged man said. He was also extremely angry that such a thing had happened. Thank you very much. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Then, he carried Lu Hong and walked towards the Pill-Fire Palace. Qin Feiyang was not very strong and his shoulders were not very broad. However, in Qin Feiyang's arms, Lu Hong felt unprecedentedly secure. This was reliance. This was a sense of security. Her fearful heart slowly calmed down. Wolf King followed beside her and asked anxiously, Little Hong, did they hurt you? No. But my cultivation, Lu Hong said. At this point, her face was full of pain and she cried bitterly again. Wolf King said, What's wrong with your cultivation? Hurry up and tell me. You're making me anxious. Lu Hong said painfully, Zheng Chuan gave me a spiritual disaster pill when I wasn't paying attention. What? Wolf King, the middle-aged man and Huang San all paled. Once a person took a spiritual disaster pill, they would become a cripple no matter how strong they were. Zheng Chuan actually dared to do such a thing. He was simply insane. Bastard, I'll go find them now. If I don't kill them, I swear I'm not a wolf. Wolf King roared and turned to run towards the river. Stop! Qin Feiyang shouted. What? Don't you want to seek justice for Little Hong? Wolf King said angrily. Who said I don't want to? Qin Feiyang roared. That pair of dark eyes had already turned blood red. That was killing intent. Blood-like killing intent. The spiritual disaster pill was his lifelong taboo. If it weren't for the spiritual disaster pill, he wouldn't have been reduced to a cripple back then. He didn't even want to hear those words. But he didn't expect that it would happen to Lu Hong again. He absolutely couldn't let these two people go. But now, refining the marrow cleansing pill was more important. Moreover, the holy sanctum was so big. Just relying on him and Wolf King to find Zheng Chuan and Little Hong was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was a waste of time. Huang San, I'll have to trouble you to take Wolf King to the resource hall later to buy a set of medicinal ingredients for the marrow cleansing pill. You pay the gold coins first, I'll give them to you when we come back. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Huang San nodded. The middle-aged man quickly returned to the small path with 3 people and 1 wolf. Huang San and Wolf King went to the resource hall. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong quickly returned to the pill fire hall with the middle-aged man's help. After escorting the 2 to the 10th floor, the middle-aged man said, Qin Feiyang, don't worry. I'll go see Elder Lu now. I'll definitely catch Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei as soon as possible. Thank you. Qin Feiyang nodded in thanks. Comfort her well. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Hong, patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and left with a heavy expression. Chapter 317. In the alchemy room. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Lu Hong in his arms. Seeing that she had no intention of getting down, he felt rather helpless. But Lu Hong had just suffered such a huge blow, and he couldn't bear to force her down. So he hugged her and comforted her softly. The middle-aged man also hurried out of the pill fire hall. The other man guarding the door was puzzled. What's going on? Not only did Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei plot against Lu Hong, but they also forced her to take the calamity pill. It's a long story. I'll go find Elder Lu. Watch carefully. With that, the middle-aged man quickly left. How dare they? The burly man guarding the door also flew into a rage. Such beastly behavior was simply smearing the name of the sacred temple. Lu Ziyuan and the other 2 were in the middle of the square, so they also heard this and found it unbelievable. Dong Cheng asked, Who are Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei? Lu Ziyuan said, They're 2 good-for-nothings. Their families are both in the East City, but they're just small families. Just a small family. How dare they provoke Qin Feiyang? They really don't know their place. Dong Cheng and Xiao Hong looked disdainful. They really don't know their place, but it's quite satisfying to cripple that woman. Lu Ziyuan laughed in schadenfreude. That's true. Xiao Hong nodded, then shook his head. No. What's wrong? Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng didn't understand. Xiao Hong said, Think about it. If Lu Hong was forced to take the calamity pill, what would Qin Feiyang do? Lu Ziyuan said, Of course he would refine the marrow cleansing pill, at this point. Lu Ziyuan's eyes lit up. He chuckled. I understand what you mean. Dong Cheng said, I understand too. Block Qin Feiyang. Don't let him get the ingredients for the marrow cleansing pill. I remember that the deacon elder in charge of the resource hall seems to be from your Lu family. Hurry up and send a message. While you're at it, contact the patriarch of your Lu family and have him communicate with the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. We'll block him in all aspect. Xiao Hong sneered. Dong Cheng shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. After all, Qin Feiyang is a top-rank alchemist. The treasure pavilion has probably already received the news. No. It will definitely work. Although Qin Feiyang is a top-grade alchemist, our Lu family also has a real top-grade alchemist, Lu Xingchen. On top of that, our Lu clan's old ancestor is also the city lord of the Eastern City. The chief pavilion master will definitely choose to side with our Lu clan. Lu Ziyuan sneered. Dong Cheng urged, If that's the case, then hurry up and send the message. Lu Ziyuan's eyes flashed. He turned his head to look at the large man guarding the door and groaned, Ouch, elder, this disciple suddenly has a stomachache. Don't talk nonsense. You're already a 7-star battle monarch, and you still have a stomachache? Do you think this elder is stupid? The big man rolled his eyes at him. Disciple is not bullshitting. It's true. Elder, please, let this disciple go to the toilet. This disciple promises to return immediately. Lu Ziyuan begged, his face flushed red. The big man frowned and waved his hand. Go, don't run around. Although the temple was a place for cultivation, it also had a toilet in case of emergency. Thank you, elder. Lu Ziyuan thanked him and hurriedly ran out of the square. At the same time, Wolf King and Huang San rushed into the resource hall. At this moment, there were not many people in the resource hall. There was only a young man in white on duty. He was also a disciple of the temple. Working in the resource hall would give you a certain amount of remuneration. Of course, only those disciples with poor talent and no family background would work here. For people like Qin Feiyang, no matter how much you paid him, he would not be willing to come to this place. Because here, he had to be busy every day. For a martial artist and an alchemist, it was purely a waste of time. Huang San ran in front of the young man in white and said, "Senior brother, I want a set of medicinal ingredients for the cleansing marrow pill. Quickly prepare it for me." Cleansing marrow pill? The young man in white was stunned and asked doubtfully, "What do you want the cleansing marrow pill for?" Wolf King shouted, "If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The young man in white glanced at Wolf King with a trace of deep fear in his eyes. "Wait a moment." After saying that, he ran upstairs to the storeroom. Wait. At this moment, a middle-aged man about 40 years old walked down from upstairs. He was thin, 6 feet tall, with a hooked nose and cold eyes, giving off a dark feeling. The young man in white bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Lu." The middle-aged man nodded and looked up at Wolf King and Huang San. "I'm sorry, but there are no medicinal ingredients for the cleansing marrow pill." "No." Wolf King was stunned. "How is that possible?" Huang San also frowned and said, "Elder Lu, although the medicinal ingredients for the cleansing marrow pill are precious, the resource hall definitely has them." The young man in white next to the middle-aged man also had a trace of doubt in his eyes. He knew very well that there were medicinal ingredients, but why did Elder Lu say that there were none? "What?" Elder Lu frowned and said unhappily, "Are you suspecting that I'm lying to you?" I wouldn't dare. Huang San hurriedly waved his hand and turned to look at Wolf King, asking, "What do we do now?" "Let's go back first." Wolf King looked at Elder Lu and decisively ran out of the resource hall without wasting any more time. "Elder Lu, sorry to disturb you." Huang San bowed to the middle-aged man and quickly chased after Wolf King. The young man in white retracted his gaze and turned to the middle-aged man, asking suspiciously, "Elder Lu, don't we have medicinal ingredients?" The middle-aged man said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Anyway, remember, from now on, no matter who comes to buy the medicinal ingredients for the cleansing marrow pill, we don't have them." "I understand." The young man in white nodded and said, "What if it's the law enforcement elder or the hall master?" The middle-aged man pondered for a while and said, "Just say that someone bought them all a few days ago and didn't have time to buy them. Remember, don't talk nonsense." "Yes." The young man in white bowed and replied. However, he sighed in his heart. "Qin Feiyang, oh Qin Feiyang, why did you provoke the Lu family? Don't you know that the Lu family's power has already infiltrated every corner of the spiritual state? It would be a piece of cake for them to deal with you. What a bastard. He's simply tarnishing the reputation of our holy sanctum. Send someone to find him immediately. If he's dead, I want to see him. If he's alive, I want to see his corpse." At the same time, Lu Yun's angry roar sounded in the law enforcement hall. "Yes." The middle-aged man received the order and left. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Alchemy Room 2. When the Wolf King returned, he did not knock on the door and directly barged in. Huang San also followed behind him. "Ah. Why are you still hugging? The weather isn't cold. Do you need to hug each other for warmth?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still hugging Lu Hong, Wolf King's eyes widened as he looked at the two of them strangely. Lu Hong blushed and hurriedly jumped down. In fact, she had already calmed down. It was just that it was rare for her to be so close to Qin Feiyang, so she wanted to stay a little longer. "Give me the herbs quickly." Qin Feiyang didn't think so much and turned to walk towards the alchemy room. Wolf King shook his head and said, "We didn't buy the herbs." "Huh?" Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Wolf King and Huang San in confusion. Wolf King said, "The deacon elder in the resource hall said that there are no herbs for the marrow cleansing pill." Huang San added, "I can guarantee with my head that there are." "Then why didn't he sell it?" Wolf King said angrily. "Brother Wolf, you still don't know. That elder Lu is called Luan. He's also a member of the Lu family." Huang San smiled bitterly. Wolf King said in surprise, You mean, the Lu family is behind this? Most likely. Huang San nodded. Wolf King said, but the news of Xiao Hong being crippled hasn't spread yet. I don't understand. Huang San shook his head. Lu Hong frowned and said, they dare to do whatever they want in the Divine Hall. Is the Lu family really so powerful? Huang San panicked and whispered, Senior sister, you can't underestimate the Lu family. They are far more powerful than you think. So what if they are powerful? Wolf King sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang. Little Qin Zi, this matter can't end like this. They must pay the price. We'll talk about this later. Since we don't have the resources, let's go to the treasure pavilion. Lu Hong, give me the 2 portals. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong said, no need to go through so much trouble. Just call Fatso over. He must have them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Fatso's matter is also very important. Don't distract him. Who is Fatso? Huang San muttered. All right. Lu Hong took out the 2 portals and handed them to Qin Feiyang. She bought a total of 5 portals in the treasure pavilion in the morning. She used 2 to go to the Sea of Despair. She used another one when she was surrounded by the Lu family in the East City. Now, she couldn't keep the last 2. In other words, 500 million gold coins were gone just like that. Qin Feiyang didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. He looked at Huang San and said, I have a feeling that this matter has something to do with Lu Ziyuan and the other 2. Go and help me investigate. If you do this, you'll be rewarded. Okay. Huang San was overjoyed at the unexpected good news and immediately ran out. Lu Ziyuan, if it's really you, I'll make sure you die miserably. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He waved his hand, opened a portal, and strode in. The next moment, he directly appeared in the reception hall of the treasure pavilion. At this moment, the treasure pavilion had long been closed. There was only one woman in the reception hall. She was burying her head and tidying something. She was Qin Di. Qin Feiyang said, Qin Di. Who? Qin Di was shocked. When she saw that it was Qin Feiyang, she couldn't help but frown and said, how did you get in? Qin Feiyang said, I teleported in. Qin Di glanced at the corridor on both sides and said, you're too bold. Hurry up and get out. If the guards see you, they'll arrest you as a thief. Qin Feiyang said, I'm here to buy ingredients for the marrow cleansing elixir. Qin Di's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. She shook her head and said, I can't sell it to you. Not selling. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, why? The treasure pavilion actually refused to do business. What did she mean? Qin Di shook her head and said, I don't know why. It's Steward Yin's order. You'd better leave quickly. Qin Feiyang asked, when was that? Qin Di said, just before you came. Qin Feiyang immediately understood what was going on. He pursed his lips into a cold smile and didn't stay any longer. He opened the portal and directly returned to the alchemy room. Chapter 318. You're back so soon? Wolf King and Lu Hong were stunned. Wolf King sized up Qin Feiyang and said, why do you look so weird? Qin Feiyang said, Zhenbao Pavilion won't sell me any herbs either. How is that possible? A man and a wolf were shocked. Qin Feiyang said, Qin Di told me personally. It can't be fake. Lu Hong said, why would they do that? You're a supreme alchemist. Doesn't the Lu clan have a supreme alchemist too? Qin Feiyang sneered. Although Qin Di didn't say it explicitly, the timing was too coincidental. The Lu clan was definitely behind all of this. Only the Lu clan had the ability to persuade Zhenbao Pavilion not to sell him any herbs. Wolf King said angrily, damn, the Lu clan is really something. They can even bribe Zhenbao Pavilion. Let's go and find the mansion master now. Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat. If the mansion master was willing to step in, not only would the current situation be resolved easily, the Lu clan wouldn't dare to scheme against them in the future. Have you forgotten? The mansion master said that he won't give us any help. Plus, he doesn't need to step in for such a small matter. Since the Lu clan wants to play, I'll play with them. Qin Feiyang sneered. Seeing that he was confident, Wolf King and Lu Hong didn't say anything else. Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal and activated it. Soon, Fatso's shadow appeared. It's true that one day apart feels like 3 years. Boss, what's the matter with Fat Lord? Fatso chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, quickly organize and see if there are any herbs for the marrow cleansing pill. What? Fatso's eyes widened and he asked in surprise, why do you want the marrow cleansing pill? This thing could only be used by people who consumed the spiritual disaster pill. Qin Feiyang said, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find them. Oh. Fatso took out his Chenkuan bag and searched for a while before nodding. Yes. All right. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and said, prepare a copy immediately and send it to the Holy Hall, but don't enter the Holy Hall. I'll have Wolf King wait for you at the bottom of the stone stairs. By the way, prepare some herbs for the body tempering pill and chi gathering pill for me as well. He added. Yes. Fatso nodded and turned off the image crystal. Haha, do they think that by bribing the treasure pavilion and sealing off the resource hall, we won't be able to find the medicinal herbs? How naive, we have a moving treasure trove of medicinal herbs. Wolf King laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery. Qin Feiyang said, stop laughing. Hurry up and go. Don't let anyone find out. Also, don't tell Fatso about Lu Hong. Leave it to me. Wolf King stood up and patted his chest. He turned into a palm-sized small beast and left quickly. Not long after, Huang San came to the elixir refinement room and said in a low voice, Senior Brother Qin, I heard some news. What news? Qin Feiyang frowned. I chatted with Elder Di for a while. After asking around, I found out that Lu Ziyuan suddenly had a stomachache after you and senior sister Lu Hong returned. He even went to the toilet. Huang San said. Lu Hong asked, who's Elder Di? Huang San said, the deacon elder who was guarding the door. A 7 stars battle monarch would have a stomachache. Qin Feiyang sneered. He was already certain that Lu Ziyuan and the other 2 were behind it. The timing was too coincidental. He took out a few hundred supreme-grade chi gathering pills and handed them to Huang San. He said with a smile, help me find out more about Zheng Chuan and Lu Ziyuan. No problem. Huang San was overjoyed. He put away the pills and left quickly. Lu Hong shook her head and said, I was a little dissatisfied when you pleaded for him. I didn't expect him to save me in the end. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the fire phoenix. He placed it in her hand and said, keep it well. If it wasn't for it this time, you would be finished. Yes. Lu Hong sighed deeply and tied the fire phoenix around her neck again. Qin Feiyang said, see if your potential imprint is still there. Lu Hong turned around and opened her clothes. She said in surprise, it's still there. Then don't worry. Although your cultivation is crippled now, your foundation and potential imprint are still there. In addition, I can now refine supreme-grade pills with 2 pill patterns. I believe that soon, you will be able to recover your cultivation. Qin Feiyang comforted. Lu Hong's current conditions were too good. The speed of her recultivation would definitely far surpass him in the past. I'm not worried at all. Lu Hong shook her head and smiled. Her eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned and walked into the alchemy room. He took out a red fire-colored glass pill's medicinal materials. He opened the furnace to refine the pill. Soon, the pill was out of the furnace. There were 2 dazzling pill patterns on it. Lu Hong walked up and looked at it curiously. She asked, do you think this pill can raise one's cultivation by 3 small realms? I don't know either. When Huang San comes back, I'll test it on him. If it can really raise one's cultivation by 3 small realms, I guarantee that Treasure Pavilion will regret today's decision. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Lu Hong pursed her lips and smiled. Even if it can't raise one's cultivation by 3 small realms, they will still regret it when they know that you can refine supreme-grade pills with 2 pill patterns. The good show is yet to come. Give me the medicinal materials for the battle chi pill. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong took out a Chenkuan bag from her arms and said, there are also a few sets of clothes for the disciples of the Knights Templar. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, don't run around. I'll take a closer look at the alchemy scripture. After that, he entered the castle. The look in Lu Hong's eyes also gradually changed. I know that a woman like me will never be good enough for you. I have never desired anything. I only hope that I can stay by your side for the rest of my life. I will be satisfied to see you every day, she muttered to herself in her heart. In the castle, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and carefully looked at the refining methods of the battle chi pill and the marrow cleansing pill. After memorizing everything, he looked at all the pill formulas on the second page one by one. Last time, because the Black Wing King and the others wanted to rebel, the situation was urgent, so he didn't look at it carefully. He didn't know if he didn't look, but after looking, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. On the second page, there were a total of 26 pill formulas. Basically, he knew all of them. But it was the first time he had heard of the last two pills. One was called the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill. The other was called the Potential Pill. After glancing at the names of the two pills, he couldn't wait to look at the annotations below. Gradually, his eyes burst out with a ray of light. Moreover, as time passed, the light became brighter and brighter. In the end, his dark eyes shone like two bright moons. Even his body was trembling. He was excited. Phew. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and closed the alchemy scripture. Then, he let out a long breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. The Juku Yellow Dragon Pill was similar to the Scarlet Fire Glass Pill. It could increase one's realm by a small level. The difference was, the Scarlet Fire Glass Pill was only effective for martial artists, and martial artists. But the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill could increase one's realm by a small level. As far as he knew, even the Imperial Palace didn't have this kind of pill. As for the Potential Pill, it was even more amazing. It was the upgraded version of the Potential Pill. That's right. The Potential Pill could open the 4th and 5th level of the Gate of Potential. That was the ultimate realm of the War King and the ultimate realm of the War Emperor. According to the alchemy scripture, the Potential Pill could no longer open the 4th and 5th level. However, there were a total of 44 kinds of medicinal herbs for the Potential Pill, which was 11 more than the Potential Pill, and each of them was very precious. However, in the spirit state, where there were many outstanding people, medicinal herbs were definitely not a problem. After dealing with the current matters, the first task was to sweep the medicinal herbs. Thinking about it, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally, he thought that the Potential Pill could open all the gates of potential, so he sent a total of 5 to the Mermaid Princess. Only now did he realize that he had made a big joke. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, took out the image crystal, and quickly activated it. After more than 10 breaths, a shadow condensed. Aya, what kind of wind is blowing tonight? Boss Qin actually came to me. It was Steward Li Ji. No. He was now the chief pavilion master of the Yang County, so he should be called Pavilion Master Li. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you're already so old, can you not be so sarcastic every time? Li Ji shook his head and smiled, Okay, this old man will be serious. Have you arrived at the state capital now? Qin Feiyang said, I arrived a few days ago. So fast. Li Ji was stunned and said with a teasing tone, Those who enter the state capital are all big shots. Mr. Qin, is there something you need from me? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He was truly old and frivolous. But he liked to deal with such people. They didn't put on airs and were amiable. Everything was negotiable. Qin Feiyang said, I want to ask, have you reported the 33 herbs of the Potential Pill to the state capital? It turned out to be because of this. Well, we are all old acquaintances, so I won't hide it from you. I have reported it to the state capital. But you have to understand me. I'm just a small figure. If the people in the state capital want to know, I dare not tell them. If this matter has caused you trouble, I can only say sorry. Li Ji said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he was also preparing to sweep the herbs of the Potential Pill. Although the Potential Pill was meaningless to him, he could still sell it for money, and it could definitely be auctioned at a sky-high price, but now it seemed that it was obviously not feasible. There is no trouble. I just lost some gold coins. It doesn't matter. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, Aunt Shui, Liu Ji, Lin Yi, and the others, how are they? Madam is fine now. I let her stay in the treasure pavilion in Yang City and take over my previous position to help me manage the accounts. Liu Ji was also brought to Yang City by Elder Wan and settled in the Martial Emperor Hall. As for Lin Yi, that little girl is also in the Martial Emperor Hall in Yang City. But when she learned that you left her and went to the state capital alone, she seemed to be very sad. Look at you, you stinking brat. Everyone else is trying their best to climb onto women, but you're trying your best to push them away. I can't help but wonder if you are incompetent in that aspect. Li Ji looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Incompetent? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This old man is really disrespectful. Chapter 319. At that moment, Qin Feiyang told Lu Hong about the potential elixir and Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. Lu Hong was also so shocked that she could not close her mouth. After a long while, she came back to her senses and said with a smile, now you're more confident. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I won't show you these two elixirs unless it's a critical moment. Lu Hong thought for a while and said, indeed, it's best to use them as a trump card. Qin Feiyang said, go to the lounge and have a good rest. I'll call you when I'm done refining the marrow cleansing elixir. Lu Hong nodded and turned to walk into the lounge. Qin Feiyang also entered the alchemy room and began refining the battle chi elixir. After a full 4 hours, Wolf King finally ran into the alchemy room, panting. What took you so long? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It took so long. It's easy for you to say that. The Pillfire Palace is hundreds of miles away from the gate. This time, I didn't even stop for a moment. Wolf King glared at him fiercely and threw a Qianquan bag over. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He caught the Qianquan bag and could not help but shake his head and laugh. The Divine Palace was indeed too big. If one could not fly and did not have a teleportation door, it would be troublesome to even go out. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Lu Hong in the lounge and said in a low voice, White-eyed Wolf, don't you think it's strange? What's strange? Wolf King was somewhat baffled. The Mermaid Emperor said that if I get intimate with another woman, the concentric knot will react and even my heart will explode. But I've hugged Lu Hong for so long and I didn't see any abnormalities. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Are you an idiot? Hugging is called being intimate. Let me teach you. Being intimate means taking off all your clothes, hugging each other, mouth to mouth, bottom to bottom, understand? Wolf King's eyes were filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with a fool like you. I'm going to rest. Wolf King waved its claws and turned to run towards the lounge. It's looking down on me again. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he looked at Wolf King unhappily. No. How did it know so clearly? Could it be that he had spied on someone doing something? I'll have to interrogate this scoundrel properly some other day. He mumbled to himself as he took out the ingredients for the marrow cleansing pill. It took him 100 breaths to finally refine it. After waking Lu Hong up and waiting for her to consume the medicine, Qin Feiyang sent her into the castle so that she could concentrate on her cultivation. That night, Qin Feiyang was busy in the alchemy room. He refined the body-tempering pill, the chi-gathering pill, and the battle chi pill. It was dawn. Lu Hong's matter also gradually spread in the divine temple. Many people didn't know who Lu Hong was. But what Zheng Chuan and Qin Feiyang did undoubtedly aroused public anger. Especially the female disciples, they all felt injustice for Lu Hong. Such scum must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, there might be more women who would be harmed by them in the future. At the same time, the news that Qin Feiyang was a supreme-grade alchemist also spread wildly in the Divine Temple. Many people came because of his reputation, but they were all stopped outside the Pillfire Hall by Elder Di and Qin Feiyang. Lu Ziyuan and the other two kneeling in the middle of the square naturally became the focus of everyone's discussion. Noon. Huang San hurriedly ran up to the 10th floor and knocked on the door of alchemy room number 2. Wolf King opened the stone door and said angrily, "What are you doing? I'm not deaf. Don't you know how to be gentle?" Huang San said anxiously, Brother Wolf, something bad has happened. Where's senior brother Qin? What's the hurry? Come in and tell me. Qin Feiyang walked out of the alchemy room, looking exhausted. Huang San ran into the alchemy room and closed the stone door. Senior brother Qin, we didn't catch Zheng Chuan and Qin Feiyang. What? The Wolf King was enraged and shouted, a dignified temple can't even catch 2 disciples. Are they all useless? Calm down. Qin Feiyang growled. He looked at Huang San and asked, what happened? Huang San shook his head. I don't know. We searched the entire divine temple and couldn't find them. It's like they've evaporated. They can't have evaporated. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. What did Elder Lu say? Huang San said, Elder Lu left the divine temple early in the morning. He seemed to be looking for Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei's family. Family? Qin Feiyang frowned. You may not know, but Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei are both disciples of the family. Although they are only small families in the East City, there are many war emperors in the family. Huang San said. Then is there such a possibility? After the 2 escaped last night, the first thing they did was to inform their family. Then, their families used the portal to secretly take them away. Wolf King asked. Huang San's eyes trembled. He nodded and said, it's possible. After all, with their financial resources, it's not difficult for them to buy a few portals. Bastard. Little Qin Zi, let's go. Let's go find them now. Wolf King said coldly. Don't be impulsive. I'll send a message to Elder Lu now. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, took out an image crystal, and poured his battle qi into it. After a while, a beautiful woman appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, Elder Lu, how's the situation? I'm on my way back. Go to my place and wait for me. Elder Lu hurriedly replied, and the image dissipated. Huang San said, it seems that Elder Lu didn't find Zheng Chuan and the others. They can't escape. Qin Feiyang sneered and looked at Huang San. Don't come to me often in the future, or Lu Ziyuan and the other 2 won't let you go. Do you have an image crystal? How can a person like me have an image crystal? Huang San smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, what's your cultivation now? Huang San said, 5-star martial grandmaster. Qin Feiyang said, have you taken the red fire glass pill? No. Huang San shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, then open your mouth. Why should I open my mouth? Huang San looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, I'll give you a good fortune. Good fortune? Huang San was slightly stunned. Was he going to give him the best red fire glass pill? He hurriedly opened his mouth. Qin Feiyang took out the red fire glass pill with 2 veins, and before Huang San could see it clearly, he stuffed it into his mouth like lightning. It can't be some highly toxic pill, right? Seeing Qin Feiyang acting so mysteriously, Huang San's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Boom! After a few breaths, a powerful aura roared out from Huang San's body. It's really the red fire glass pill. Huang San was extremely excited. His cultivation suddenly soared to 6-star martial grandmaster. But the next moment, his aura soared again, and he was 7-star martial grandmaster. It soared by 2 small realms. This is the best red fire glass pill. Huang San was stunned at first, and then he was wild with joy. He bowed and said, thank you for your reward, senior brother Qin. Qin Feiyang frowned. Boom. However, the next moment, Huang San's aura erupted again, and he broke through to 8-star martial grandmaster. How could this be? It's not the best red fire glass pill? Huang San was stunned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand and said, well, you can go. As for this matter, don't mention it to anyone. Yes. Huang San responded respectfully, and walked out of the alchemy room with a head full of doubts. Wolf King snickered, I'm afraid he's still in the clouds. Qin Feiyang said, isn't this normal? Wait for me, I'll refine another one. He entered the alchemy room. Soon, he came out again. Let's go. The man and the wolf left the alchemy room. After closing the stone door, they jumped and landed steadily at the bottom of the courtyard. When they walked out of the gate of the Pillfire Hall, they were stunned. Why were there so many people in the square? At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Elder Di explained, they heard that you were a best alchemist, so they came to see you, but we stopped them outside. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked, Elder, where is Elder Lu's residence? Elder Di said, go straight to the left. It's only 2 miles away. Thank you, Elder. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. Look, here's Qin Feiyang. He's finally out. He's quite handsome. Senior brother Qin, can we talk? For a moment, the place was noisy. Thank you for your love, but I have important matters to attend to. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Qin Feiyang politely cupped his hands and said. After that, he glanced at Lu Ziyuan and the other two and quickly left. Wolf King said telepathically, did you notice that the 3 of them are gloating? Qin Feiyang nodded. There was an independent courtyard next to a lake. The lake was dozens of feet long, and the clear water reflected layers of golden scales under the sunlight. In the lake, there were dark green lotus leaves, blooming lotus flowers, and colorful fish. In the courtyard, hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and small trees were verdant. Not only was the scenery pleasant, but it was also very peaceful. In the deepest part of the courtyard, there was a 2-story pavilion with carved beams and painted pillars. It was quite grand. That was Elder Lu's residence. Other than the big shots, no disciple was allowed to enter without her permission. A man and a wolf arrived and waited by the lake. About 200 breaths passed. Whoosh! With a burst of sound, Elder Lu landed in front of the courtyard. But there were 2 other people beside her. Both of them were middle-aged and did not wear the uniform of the holy sanctum. There was a bit of dignity between their brows. It seemed that their identities were not small. Qin Feiyang walked up and cupped his hands. Greetings, Elder Lu. These 2 are. They are Wang Fei and Zheng Gang's fathers. Wang Jian, 5th Zheng, the young man in front of you is Qin Feiyang. If you have anything to say, let's make it clear here. Elder Lu said, her face a little ugly. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Jian and 5th Zheng. At the same time, Wang Jian and 5th Zheng were also sizing up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, I'm really sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Zheng Chuan, this unfilial son. This time, we came mainly to visit Lu Hong and compensate you for your losses. Wang Jian and 5th Zheng were the first to break the silence. Apologize. Compensate. Chapter 320. You want to settle this with just an apology? Do you really think that I, Qin Feiyang, am a pushover? Little brother, calm down first. We all know that Lu Hong has suffered a lot this time. However, what's done is done. Even if you kill my son, you won't be able to change the situation. Why don't we become friends and turn this into a small matter? If you can give up pursuing the matter, you'll be a guest of honor for both our families. Wang Jian and Wang Wu smiled apologetically. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh in anger. Turn this into a small matter? He really didn't know how these 2 could still have the face to say such a thing. A guest of honor? Are the Wang and Zheng families that great? With his current alchemy skills, as long as he was willing, even the Lu family would immediately put aside their grudges and treat him as a guest of honor. 2 small clans dared to show off here? Seeing the angry smile on Qin Feiyang's face, Wang Jian and Wang Wu frowned slightly. 5th Zheng smiled and said, Little brother, we came here with sincerity. As he spoke, he took out a Chenkuan bag and said, there are 100 million gold coins in here. Consider it our Zheng family's compensation to Lu Hong. I also prepared 100 million gold coins. 200 million gold coins should be enough to compensate for Lu Hong's loss. Please accept it. Wang Jian also took out a Chenkuan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. What a joke. Lu Hong became a 1-star battle king at the age of 18. Do you know how hard she worked? Because of those 2 beasts who are worse than pigs and dogs, all her years of hard work went down the drain in an instant. If we hadn't arrived in time, not only would they have tainted her innocence, they would have killed her. Is this something that can be solved with money? Qin Feiyang roared angrily and slapped the 2 men's cosmos bags away. These two people were simply too shameless. Actually, it was understandable that every parent would try to cover up for their children. However, after committing such a big mistake, they still tried to cover it up. That was conniving. Aren't you just trying to extort more money? 300 million, 400 million, 500 million? Name your price. As long as we can afford it, we will satisfy you. The two of them frowned and looked coldly at Qin Feiyang. Fuck, this bro has a bad temper. I've never seen people as shameless as you. Blackmail you? Why don't you fucking look at yourselves in the mirror? As expected, like father, like son. Bitches like you are just wasting air by living. Wolf King roared on the spot, scolding the two of them. Wang Jian and Wang Lin's faces darkened as well. Although they were only the heads of small clans, they were still combat emperors. When had they ever been scolded like this? More importantly, the person who scolded them was an animal. What? Are you unhappy that I scolded you? Wolf King looked at them provocatively. A cold light flashed in their eyes. Suppressing the anger in their hearts, they looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't talk nonsense, name your price." Again. Wolf King gritted his teeth. "All right, stop talking. I will deal with it." Qin Feiyang stopped Wolf King and looked at Wang Jian and Wang Lin. The arrogant attitude of these two people had completely infuriated him. Do you have a lot of gold coins? Do you really think that gold coins can solve everything? All right, I will give you 1 billion each to buy the heads of those two animals. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't go too far. Wang Jian and Wang Lin said angrily. Not enough. All right, 2 billion each, is that enough? If it's not enough, 3 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion each, is that enough? Qin Feiyang shouted sternly. Wang Jian and Wang Lin's faces were extremely gloomy. I can only say that you are too stupid. Don't you think that a top-grade alchemist is short of money? If you continue to talk about money, I will smash you to death with gold coins. In my heart, Lu Hong is not something that can be measured with gold coins. There's no room for negotiation. Send those two animals to me. I will kill them. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Jian said, we don't know where they are either. Fifth Zhang added, they didn't go home. Maybe they know that they are in trouble and ran somewhere to hide. Qin Feiyang said, as their father, you can't even find them. Aren't you too useless? Wang Jian frowned and said, young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Elder Lu has already searched my house. She can testify. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, if you hide them, Elder Lu won't be able to find them even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms, right? The two were furious. They turned to look at Lu Yun and said, Elder Lu, with his attitude, how can we talk like this? Qin Feiyang said, then let's not talk. All right. You said it. We don't want to stick our warm faces to your cold buttocks. Elder Lu, farewell. The two cupped their hands, picked up the universe bag, and soared into the sky. Qin Feiyang looked up at the two and said, listen up. If you don't bring those 2 animals to me before dark, I guarantee that you will regret it for the rest of your lives. All right. Then I'll wait and see. The two of them laughed coldly, turned around, and flew away without looking back. Lu Yun frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. This matter, Elder, there's no need to say anything. Because I don't expect the Divine Temple to help me do anything. I'll be returning first. Qin Feiyang said indifferently and strode away with Wolf King. Wolf King sent a voice transmission, Little Qin Zi, have you thought of a solution? Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, Wang Jian and the others will come and beg me soon. Wolf King said, then where are we going now? Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. 2 hours later. A white-clothed youth with a sickly look walked into the square outside the reception hall. He glanced at the reception hall, strode to the stone stairs, and walked down. It was Qin Feiyang in disguise. As for Wolf King, he had turned into the size of a baby's palm and was hiding in his arms. Qin Feiyang scanned the crowd below as he walked. Everything was the same. On the stone stairs, hundreds of people were working hard to climb up, dreaming of becoming a disciple of the Divine Temple. Before entering the Divine Temple, Qin Feiyang also yearned for it. But now, he realized that the divine temple was not worth yearning for at all. On both sides of the stone stairs, there were still two groups of people gathered together to gamble. Further away, there were figures standing at various intersections. They seemed to be chatting, but their eyes were extremely sharp, and from time to time, they would glance towards the entrance of the divine temple. Qin Feiyang walked down the stone stairs and sped along the street. At the same time, secretly observing those people. Those people also looked at him one after another, and all of them had a kind of scrutinizing gaze. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. These people were dressed very plainly, but the temperament they exuded was very outstanding. Moreover, every one of them could give him a deep sense of danger. Without a doubt. These people were not simple. Qin Feiyang also had a very real premonition that these people were most likely coming for him. And the reason why he disguised himself was because he was worried that someone would be waiting outside. Now it seemed that the disguise was indeed wise. When Qin Feiyang arrived at the treasure pavilion in the East City, it was already the next morning. Early in the morning, there were countless people coming in and out. Qin Feiyang stood on the street in front of the entrance, looking inside expressionlessly. At first, it was nothing. But as time passed, the two guards guarding the door could not help but frown. What did this person mean? Standing there motionless and not saying a word, was he looking for trouble? One of them walked in front of Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. Is there anything I can do for you? Qin Feiyang was now wearing the uniform of a divine temple disciple, and no matter where a divine temple disciple went, they would be respected. Especially an alchemist. But Qin Feiyang did not make a sound. He did not even look at the guard. The guard said helplessly, "Little brother, if you want to buy something, can you just go in directly?" Qin Feiyang looked up at the horizon. The sun had already risen, and the sunlight illuminated the mountains and rivers. "It's time." He muttered secretly, looked down at the guard, and said lightly, "I'm not buying anything, I'm looking for someone." The guard said, "Then who are you looking for?" Qin Feiyang said, "Yin Yuanming." The guard hesitated. This person was too strange, he did not dare to make a decision on his own. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out a facial restoration pill, threw it into his mouth, and quickly recovered his true appearance. "It's you." The two guards could not help but change their expressions. The people going in and out also stopped in unison and looked at him in bewilderment. "It seems that you have a deep impression of me." Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said lightly, "There should be people from the Lu family here, right? Hurry up and inform your patriarch that I, Qin Feiyang, have come to East City." And brother. Wolf King came out of Qin Feiyang's clothes and stood on his shoulder proudly. "What? Are they openly provoking the Lu family? Why are they so confident? A divine temple disciple? An alchemist?" The people were very surprised. As long as this man and Wolf came to East City was destined to not be peaceful. Someone in the crowd took out a video crystal to inform the Lu family. Qin Feiyang did not stop him. At this moment, Qin Deity walked out of the treasure pavilion and came to Qin Feiyang with a frown. She whispered, "Why are you here again? Why are you so high profile?" "I have to be high profile when I need to be." Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and said, "I'll have to trouble you to deliver this jade box to Yin Yuanming." "What is it?" Qin Deity was confused and was about to open it. Qin Feiyang grabbed her wrist and shook his head, "You can't see it. Only Yin Yuanming can see it." Qin Deity shook her head, "Don't waste your time. No matter what you give, no matter how much you suck up to him, the steward will not give you the ingredients for the marrow cleansing pill." Qin Feiyang said, "Just do as I say. Who knows, he might even reward you when the time comes." Qin Deity looked at him suspiciously and nodded, "Okay, I'll send it to the steward now. But don't mess around here." She warned him, then turned and ran inside. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 321. Whoosh. After a few seconds, a group of people flew across the sky like lightning and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. The leader was Steward Lu. "Surround him." Steward Lu waved his hand, and the group of men in black immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang. They came so fast. He won't be able to escape this time. It's all his fault for being so high profile. If he can continue to disguise himself, he won't be discovered. The crowd discussed in low voices. Steward Lu glanced at the man and wolf and said lightly, "Qin Feiyang, ruffian wolf, I won't give you a chance to slip away this time, please." Qin Feiyang asked, "Where are we going?" Steward Lu said with a smile, "Do you still need to ask?" "Of course, we're going to visit the Lu family." Qin Feiyang laughed, "I want to go, but I don't think someone will let me. I'd like to see who has the guts." Steward Lu glanced around, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him directly. Steward Lu smiled in disdain and said to Qin Feiyang, "Did you see that? No one in the Eastern City dares to go against the Lu family." Clap. Qin Feiyang clapped his hands and laughed, "Amazing, it seems that the Lu family is not only able to do whatever they want in the Holy Palace, but also in the Eastern City." Steward Lu narrowed his eyes and said, "Young man, you can't talk nonsense. Lu Ziyuan and Lu An are in the Holy Palace, controlling the Resource Palace and deceiving everyone. The Lu family even asked the Treasure Pavilion to ban me. Am I talking nonsense?" Qin Feiyang smirked. The crowd was shocked. The Lu family actually banned Qin Feiyang. Wasn't that too much? However, everyone in the city and even the entire spiritual state knew what the Lu family was like. But because of the Lu family's power, no one dared to talk behind their back. But this man and wolf actually said it in public. And in front of Steward Lu? What did they rely on to be so unbridled? Steward Lu's face darkened as he shouted, "Take them down. Stop." At this moment, someone shouted and a white-haired old man hurriedly ran out of the precious treasure pavilion. It was none other than the manager of the Eastern City Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yuanming. Qin Deity followed Yin Yuanming. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King looked at each other, and a hint of ridicule crept into their eyes. Steward Lu was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Yin Yuanming and frowned. "Steward Yin, why are you doing this?" Yin Yuanming landed beside the man and wolf and said, "Qin Feiyang and the others are my treasure pavilion's honored guests. No one can take them away." The crowd was shocked. Just now, Qin Feiyang had personally admitted that Zhenbao Pavilion was banning him. But why did Yin Yuanming's attitude suddenly change? Could it be related to that jade box? If that was really the case, then what kind of treasure was hidden within the jade box? What could make Zhenbao Pavilion change their mind at the expense of offending the Lu family? Steward Lu and the group of men in black were also in disbelief. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Steward Lu, didn't I say that someone would disagree? But you didn't believe me. What about now? Tell me, are you going to kill me on the street now?" Steward Lu glanced at the man and wolf and then looked at Yin Yuanming. "Steward Yin, I need an explanation." "What a joke. Do we need to explain to the Lu family when we do things? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Eastern City? Get out of here." Yin Yuanming shouted. What a tough attitude. The crowd couldn't believe it. "Let's go." Steward Lu waved his hand and led the group of men in black away. "Old man, go back and tell Lu Tingting that I'm not interested in her. Don't come looking for me." Wolf King stood on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, waving his paws and laughing. Crack. Steward Lu clenched his hands and looked back at Wolf King. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. "The show has just begun." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and sneered. Yin Yuanming retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Brother Qin, please come in and talk." Wolf King said, "We're not going in." Yin Yuanming was slightly taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, this old master was only acting on orders to ban you. Please forgive me. That's not what I'm talking about." Wolf King stretched out his paw and pointed at the two guards at the door. "It's not that I don't want to go in, but they won't let me in." The two guards' eyes trembled. They had already expected that this ruffian wolf would deliberately make things difficult for them. Yin Yuanming said angrily, "How dare you? Is that true? Do you think I'll lie? The last time I came, they wouldn't let me in no matter what I said." Wolf King looked at the two guards proudly. "Steward, that's true. But we're also thinking for Treasure Pavilion. Because it's too reckless, We don't dare to let it in. The two guards hurried forward to explain. Yin Yuanming's face twitched. He had long heard of the ruffian wolf's deeds. He actually supported the two guards and did the right thing. But the situation was different now. This man and wolf were big investors. They couldn't offend them. Ahem. Yin Yuanming coughed dryly and shouted, "Everyone is a guest. Aren't you ruining the reputation of Treasure Pavilion by doing this? Apologize to it immediately. Master Wolf, I'm really sorry. We were blind. Please don't argue with us, Master Wolf." The two guards bowed. The Wolf King leaped down and shouted, "Clear the path ahead." "Okay. Everyone, make way." The two guards turned around and waved to the crowd in front of them. When they came to the gate, Wolf King stopped and looked up at the two guards unhappily. "Yes, yes." The two guards nodded and stood on both sides of the gate. They bowed and said, "Master Wolf, please come in." "That's more like it. Next time, wipe your eyes better." The Wolf King smiled proudly and strode into the precious treasure pavilion with his chest puffed out. That smug look on his face made the people around him roll their eyes. "You're really something," Yin Yuanming mumbled and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, please come in. Please." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Deity followed him and asked in a low voice, "Qin Feiyang, what's in your jade box?" At the beginning, when she handed the jade box to Yin Yuanming and heard that it was from Qin Feiyang, Yin Yuanming didn't want it. But when he opened the jade box, Yin Yuanming immediately jumped up. And his attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. Without a doubt. There must be some treasure in the jade box. Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't you see it?" Qin Deity whispered, "I wanted to see it, but Steward Yin didn't let me." Qin Feiyang said, "Then don't ask. You'll know sooner or later anyway." Qin Deity pouted and was a little dissatisfied. After a while, they came to the third floor and entered a VIP room. Yin Yuanming said with a smile, "Day, go and make a pot of good tea. Remember to use the best tea leaves. I have to treat Brother Qin well." "Okay." Qin Deity nodded and turned to leave. Yin Yuanming pointed to the chair next to him and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, please sit." Qin Feiyang didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and said lightly, "Steward Yin, I didn't mention anything outside just now. I gave you enough face." "Yes, yes, yes." Yin Yuanming nodded and smiled awkwardly. "I admire Brother Qin's way of dealing with things." Qin Feiyang said, "Then let's not beat around the bush. Did the Lu family ask you not to sell the herbs to me?" Yin Yuanming pondered for a moment and sighed deeply. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's the Lu family head's request. But we have our difficulties too." "I understand. There are two supreme alchemists in the city. One is Murong Jing, the other is Lu Xingchen. Murong Jing keeps a low profile and never refines pills to outsiders. So you can only look for Lu Xingchen." Qin Feiyang said. Yin Yuanming looked at him in a daze and shook his head with a smile. Brother Qin is indeed unparalleled. At this moment, Qin Deity came in with a pot of fragrant tea. Yin Yuanming waved his hand and said, "Day, you can leave first." After Qin Deity left, Yin Yuanming picked up the teapot and poured tea for Qin Feiyang. He sighed and said, "Although the Lu family's old ancestor is the city lord of East City, he wasn't very powerful before. Then why did it become like this now?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's because of Lu Xingchen. I believe you know the value of a supreme alchemist. The more people look for them, the more arrogant they become. Now, even if the treasure pavilion asks him to refine pills, it depends on his mood." Yin Yuanming shook his head with a trace of helplessness on his old face. Then, Yin Yuanming pushed the teacup in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, please have some tea." "Ruffian Wolf, do you want to try it too?" "Not interested." Wolf King didn't care and smiled. "But if there's wine, I can consider it." "Ah." Yin Yuanming was stunned and said jokingly, "I heard that last time you went to the Lu family to peep on Lu Tingting taking a bath because you drank too much." Wolf King said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a peeping Tom. I just happened to bump into her and took a few more glances. To be honest, her figure is not that good." Yin Yuanming shook his head and laughed. If the Lu family's patriarch heard this, he would be so angry that he would jump on the spot. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and took a sip. It was very mellow. But it was not the taste he liked. However, he still tasted it slowly and didn't say a word about the pill. Yin Yuanming didn't mention it either. Both of them were waiting for the other to speak. Because the one who spoke first would be in a passive situation. Gradually, Yin Yuanming finally lost his patience. He took out the jade box and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, did you refine this supreme grade red fire-colored glass pill?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Who knows?" Yin Yuanming felt bitter in his heart. Although this kid was young, he was cunning. Because it was obvious that Qin Feiyang wanted him to show his sincerity first. After a moment of silence. Chapter 322. Qin Feiyang was waiting for this sentence. He put down the teacup and said word by word, "Shut down the Wang and Zheng families. Don't sell them a single healing pill or an ordinary weapon." The Wang family? The Zheng family? Yin Yuanming looked suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Wang Jian and Zhang Wu. So it's them." Yin Yuanming suddenly realized and asked, "You want to shut them out to avenge your maid?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "Lu Hong is not my maid. She's my friend." "Friend?" Yin Yuanming was stunned and smiled apologetically. "Sorry. It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Yin Yuanming said, "It's not a problem to shut them out, but I want to know how much benefit Brother Qin can bring to the treasure pavilion." Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade box and took out the red fire glass pill. The two dazzling pill patterns made Yin Yuanming's old eyes shine. Qin Feiyang played with the pill and said with a smile, "This pill is indeed made by me. I've tested it and found that it can increase one's cultivation by 3 small realms." Yin Yuanming stood up with shock in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Manager Yin, now I want to ask you, how much benefit do you think I can bring to the treasure pavilion? If you can make 100 pills for us every month, I promise that the treasure pavilion will shut down the Wang and Zheng families. Listen, it's a total ban, including the entire spiritual state and all the cities. 100 pills? Manager Yin, you're really greedy. At most 10 pills a month, and the treasure pavilion will provide the herbs. We'll split the profits 50-50. This is the old rule of my alchemy. Of course, if you can help me shut down the Lu family, then it's a different story." Qin Feiyang smiled. Shut down the Lu family. Yin Yuanming's gaze trembled. This young man was really not afraid of trouble. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I wonder if Steward Yin has heard of the potential pill?" "What's a potential pill?" Yin Yuanming asked with a trace of doubt on his face. This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was somewhat confused. Hadn't Li Ji already told Wang Hong about the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill? Why didn't Yin Yuanming know about it? Suddenly, he thought of one possibility. Could it be that Wang Hong didn't say it out loud? If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune? With this thought in mind, Qin Feiyang raised his head and glanced at the VIP room. There was a desk next to it. He got up and walked to the desk, found a piece of white paper, and started writing. Very soon, a list of items was written out. They were the ingredients for the potential pill. However, he was in the mood and only wrote down the names of a dozen medicinal herbs. Furthermore, the most precious 9 Suns flower, snow crystal, and fire ginseng were not included. Qin Feiyang grabbed the list, walked to the side of the tea table, handed it to Yin Yuanming, and said with a smile, "Take a look." Yin Yuanming looked at him suspiciously, took the list, and lowered his head to look at it carefully. Gradually, Yin Yuanming's eyes were even more confused. He raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What kind of pill is this?" "Interesting." Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing secretly. Wang Hong really didn't say. But why didn't he say such an important thing? It seemed that he had to find time to ask Ren Wushuang. Temporarily putting aside his doubts, Qin Feiyang took back the list and said with a faint smile, "This is indeed a medicinal ingredient for a kind of pill. As for what kind of pill it is, we'll talk about it later." Yin Yuanming asked suspiciously, "What's the potential pill?" Qin Feiyang said, we'll talk about it later. Help me block the Wang family and the Zheng family first. In the future, I'll help Treasure Pavilion refine 10 red fire-colored glass pills with 2 patterns every month. Isn't this too little? Yin Yuanming frowned. Is it too little? Steward Yin, you should know that things are precious when they're rare. Think about it and give me an answer as soon as possible. Of course. If we can enter into a deep cooperation, I can guarantee that I'll definitely bring a lot of surprises to Treasure Pavilion in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled meaningfully. Surprises? Yin Yuanming was even more puzzled. He looked at him deeply and said with a smile, well, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait a moment, I'll go and ask the Chief Pavilion Master. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. What about this red fire-colored glass pill? Yin Yuanming looked at the jade box again, his eyes full of desire. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, take it as a gift for the Chief Pavilion Master. Brother Qin is really a forthright person. Yin Yuanming was overjoyed. He grabbed the jade box and shouted, Deity, come in and help me entertain Brother Qin. Yes. Qin Deity entered the VIP room and answered respectfully. Excuse me for a moment. Yin Yuanming said with a smile and left in a hurry. Qin Deity suspiciously watched Yin Yuanming leave, then turned to Qin Feiyang. This is the first time I've seen Steward Yin treat a young man so politely. What kind of soup did you feed him? She was very curious. She finally realized that she had greatly underestimated this person when they first met. Soup? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. For a businessman, profit was more important than anything else. Without profit, even if you really arranged a few women to do it, it wouldn't work, let alone soup. Qin Feiyang said, I need 10 portals and an image crystal. Get it for me. Okay. Qin Deity nodded and left quickly. Qin Feiyang immediately took out the image crystal and injected his genuine qi into it. A shadow quickly appeared. It was Ren Wuxuang. He immediately said, I've heard about Lu Hong. Is she all right? Qin Feiyang said, she's fine now. Sister, I want to ask why Wang Hong didn't tell anyone about the ingredients for the potential pill. Ren Wuxuang said, this is grandfather's order. He didn't say anything about you. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, what about Lu Xingchen? When you talked to him last time, he seemed to have seen me. Ren Wuxuang said disdainfully, with his arrogant character, even if he saw you, he wouldn't remember you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Sister, no matter what, he's still your suitor. It's not good for you to say that, is it? Ren Wuxuang's face darkened. He said angrily, how dare you make fun of your sister? Are you itching for a beating? Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just telling the truth. Ren Wuxuang rolled his eyes at him and sighed. I'll be honest with you. Grandfather wanted me to go to the inner hall a long time ago. It's because of that Lu Xingchen that I kept delaying it. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that Ren Wuxuang really hated Lu Xingchen. Da. A series of steady footsteps sounded. Sister, I still have something to deal with. Let me check the time later. If I'm free, I'll go and see you. After saying that, Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal. Almost at the next moment, Yin Yuanming walked into the VIP room and said with a smile, Brother Qin, the Chief Pavilion Master has agreed to cooperate with you. The Chief Pavilion Master also said, it's not impossible to ban the Lu family. The key is how much profit Brother Qin can bring to the Treasure Pavilion. Yin Yuanming added. Qin Feiyang said, then ban the Wang family and the Zheng family first. We'll talk about the Lu family later. Yin Yuanming immediately took out a tranquil bag and said with a smile, here are 20 sets of medicinal materials for the red fire glass elixir. Brother Qin, you must refine them as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang took the tranquil bag, checked it carefully, and nodded. Come to the sacred hall tomorrow morning. But I can refine an elixir with 2 elixir patterns. I hope Steward Yin can keep it a secret for the time being. Keep it a secret. Yin Yuanming was stunned and frowned. I can understand keeping it a secret, but the people in the city are not stupid. Even if I don't say it, others will guess it. Previously, he banned Qin Feiyang, but now he banned the Wang family and the Zheng family. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that all this had something to do with Qin Feiyang. When the red fire glass elixir with 2 elixir patterns was auctioned, others would definitely connect the dots. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "A guess is just a guess, isn't it?" "That's right." Yin Yuanming nodded. As long as Treasure Pavilion denied it, even if people thought of it, they wouldn't be sure. Yin Yuanming said with a smile, "Then let's have a good cooperation." Good cooperation. Qin Feiyang smiled and put away the Qiankuan bag. He wasn't surprised by the Chief Pavilion Master's reply. The Wang family and the Zheng family were just small families. The value of a red fire glass elixir with 2 elixir patterns far exceeded the value of the 2 families. But the Lu family was different. As a super family in the city, and the Lu family's patriarch was the city lord of the East City, Treasure Pavilion had to consider the big picture. After all, it was easy to offend someone, but difficult to repair the relationship. However, Qin Feiyang was confident of winning. Treasure Pavilion couldn't refuse because of his bargaining chip. But now was not the time to show it. After a while, Qin Deity returned to the VIP room and gave Qin Feiyang a Qiankuan bag. 10 transmission doors and an image crystal were all in it. After Qin Feiyang paid the gold coins and established a contract with Yin Yuanming, he opened a transmission door and left. Qin Feiyang, Yin Yuanming didn't say anything. He was very confused. Why was it that such an outstanding young man had been unknown before? Qin Di said, "Manager, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first." "Wait." Yin Yuanming stopped her and said with a smile, "You've made a great contribution this time. Stay with me and help me take care of the affairs of Treasure Pavilion in the East City." "What?" Qin Di's body trembled. Wasn't this surprise a little too fast? Was she dreaming? "Give the order immediately. From today on, no one from the Wang family and the Zheng family is allowed to enter Treasure Pavilion. And, no staff or guards are allowed to have private transactions with the Wang family and the Zheng family. If anyone violates this, they'll be kicked out of Treasure Pavilion and never be hired again," Yin Yuanming said coldly. This, Qin Di's red lips opened slightly and her face was full of disbelief. This was banning the Wang family and the Zheng family. What kind of agreement did Qin Feiyang and manager Yin reach? Yin Yuanming frowned and said unhappily, "What are you waiting for? Go now." "Yes." Qin Di answered respectfully and turned to leave quickly. Qin Feiyang, what kind of person are you?" Chapter 323. Central City District, Housemaster's Mansion. Qin Feiyang appeared in a courtyard out of thin air. The Wolf King was lying on his shoulder, its pair of black eyes scanning the surroundings. "Little girl, come out and welcome me." Suddenly, it let out a loud roar. Ren Wushuang, who was cultivating in the attic, suddenly frowned. Who had the guts to call her a little girl? When she walked out angrily and saw a man and a wolf, her anger was immediately replaced by joy. Ren Wushuang looked at the palm-sized Wolf King and said in surprise, "You can talk?" "Of course. Brother has already taken the barrier-breaking pill and the transformation pill. How is it? Do you feel that brother has become more handsome?" Wolf King chuckled, jumped up, and landed on Ren Wushuang's shoulder. "Bah, so shameless." Ren Wushuang spat, but after this wolf cub became smaller, it was indeed lovable. "I didn't expect that so many things would happen as soon as you entered the temple. Do you need me to step in and help you mediate?" Ren Wushuang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. "There's no need." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered, "Besides, I don't want to mediate. Since they want to use force, then I'll accompany them to play. You really aren't afraid of trouble at all." Ren Wushuang rolled her eyes at him and laughed, "But it's good to teach them a lesson." Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "While we're at it, we can also teach Lu Xingchen a lesson." "That's right. That idiot should take a piss and look at himself. He actually dares to touch my little girl Ren. Little girl Ren, don't be afraid, brother will protect you in the future." Wolf King patted Ren Wushuang's head with its claws, and vowed. Ren Wushuang's blue veins bulged, he angrily said, "When did I become your family's? Also, Don't hit my head, or I'll chop it off. Wolf King resentfully retracted his claws and asked, You there, where are Old Eagle and Blood Eagle? Why haven't I seen them in the past few times? Ren Wuxuang rolled his eyes and said, When I came back, Old Eagle took Shui Ying to the deep mountains outside the city, saying that he wanted to train Shui Ying properly. Would it be so kind? I think it must be looking for an opportunity to kill the Blood Eagle. Wolf King said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang nodded. That might be possible. After all, Old Eagle didn't like the Blood Eagles from the start. What are you two talking about? They are getting along very well now. Don't try to drive a wedge between them. Ren Wuxuang glared fiercely at the man and the wolf. These two bastards really had bad intentions. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Let's get down to business. Sister, have you opened the door of potential? No. Ren Wuxuang shook his head. Qin Feiyang took out 3 potential pills and smiled. Here. Ren Wuxuang's eyes lit up, and he didn't stand on ceremony and kept them. Qin Feiyang said, Sister, there's something I want you to help me with. I knew you wouldn't be so kind. Ren Wuxuang rolled his eyes and said, Speak, what is it? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Help me sweep the medicinal herbs in the various cities of the spiritual state. Sweep. Ren Wuxuang was shocked and asked, What medicinal herbs? Qin Feiyang said, Let's go to the house first, I'll make a few lists for you. Then follow me. Ren Wuxuang led the man and wolf into the attic and came to a study. Qin Feiyang walked to the desk and quickly made 3 lists of medicinal herbs. They were the potential pill, and the Juku yellow dragon pill. After Ren Wuxuang looked through them one by one, he said suspiciously, I know this list, it's the potential pill, but why can't I understand the medicinal herbs on the other 2 lists? You'll know in the future, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Brat, you're still keeping me in suspense in front of me. Are you looking for a beating? Ren Wuxuang pretended to be angry. Qin Feiyang chuckled and took out a Chenkuan bag. There are more than 20 billion gold coins here. I believe it's enough to sweep the medicinal herbs in all the cities. Originally, these gold coins were all managed by Lu Hong. But now, Lu Hong was focused on cultivating, and he didn't want to disturb Lu Hong, so he temporarily managed it. More than 20 billion. Ren Wuxuang was shocked. She knew that this cheap brother of hers was rich, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. In the entire spiritual state, other than Lu Xingchen, no other young person could take out more than 20 billion at once. The most shocking thing was that he actually used so much gold coins to buy medicinal herbs. Wasn't he afraid of losing money? Qin Feiyang saw the doubt in Ren Wuxuang's heart and smiled confidently. I definitely won't lose money, maybe I can earn back my capital with just 1 pill. Bullshit. Ren Wuxuang rolled her eyes. She had never heard of any medicinal pill that could be worth more than 20 billion. Whether it's bullshit or not, you'll know when the time comes. Oh right, when you go buy medicinal herbs, you better change your appearance first. After all, your status is too high and will attract the attention of the treasure pavilion. I'll let the white-eyed wolf go with you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask it, but you can't let the white-eyed wolf be exposed in front of others. If the gold coins aren't enough, you can pay for it first, and I'll pay you back double in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. I'll just make a trip. Who told me to have a troublesome brother like you? Ren Wuxuang sighed. Then I'll wait for your good news. Qin Feiyang chuckled, opened a portal, and directly returned to alchemy room number 2. He entered the castle and began to copy the battle formula. Brat, you really know how to order people around. Ren Wuxuang cursed in her heart, lowered her head and suspiciously looked at the list of potential pill and Juku yellow dragon pill, and asked, Wolf Cub, do you know what medicinal herbs these are? I don't know. Wolf King shook his head. You really don't know? Ren Wuxuang had a look of disbelief. Wolf King said helplessly, I really don't know, little Qinzi didn't tell me. Ren Wuxuang put away the 3 lists and said, Okay, find a place to hide, we'll leave immediately. Where should I hide? Wolf King glanced at Ren Wuxuang's towering chest, secretly laughed, and directly burrowed into Ren Wuxuang's chest. It smells so good. It's so soft. It's so smooth. It's simply too erotic. I'm going to have a nosebleed. Okay, I'll treat this as my home from now on. Lu Xingchen, you idiot, you've chased her for so long, but you haven't even touched her hand. Look at me. How long has it been, and I've already conquered her and occupied this precious place. I have to admit, I'm really handsome. It was intoxicated and enjoying it, and it even rubbed hard, feeling very proud. However, just as it was indulging in fantasy, Ren Wuxuang suddenly grabbed its tail, twisted it out, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Wolf King's heart skipped a beat, and he said innocently, "Didn't you ask me to hide?" Ren Wuxuang said angrily, "But you can't hide here." Wolf King's eyes flashed with a sly look, and he said unhappily, "What's the matter? I'm not a human, I'm just a wolf, I won't do anything to you. You're not only an alpha wolf, you're also a pervert. You want to take advantage of me, you're still too inexperienced. Hide in my sleeve, if you dare to do anything, I'll castrate you on the spot." Ren Wuxuang smiled coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Sigh. Extreme joy begets sorrow. It wasn't easy to get this precious place, and it's gone just like that. Wolf King unwillingly burrowed into the sleeve, wailing in his heart. Little rascal. Ren Wuxuang rolled his eyes, took out a transformation pill, changed his appearance slightly, and went to the treasure pavilion in the 4 major districts. Little girl Ren, you have to go to another city. I know, you don't need to remind me. Can you let me go to another place? It's too stuffy here, and it's too bumpy, my heart is about to shake out. No. Let's discuss it. There's no discussion. I'm so pure, how can I take advantage of you? You're thinking too much. Get lost. At the same time, the disciples of the Wang family and the Zheng family who were trading in the treasure pavilion or bidding for treasures in the auction house were forcibly expelled. The matter of the treasure pavilion banning the 2 families also spread like a plague in the East City. Breaking news. The Wang family and the Zheng family were banned by the treasure pavilion. What? There's actually such a thing? What's the reason? It's related to Qin Feiyang, and there's even gossip that this is Qin Feiyang's idea. What an incredible young man. People were talking about it. When Wang Jian and Zheng Wu received the news, they immediately rushed to the treasure pavilion to argue with Yin Yuanming. However, they were stopped by Qin Deity. Why is the treasure pavilion doing this? How did we offend you? The 2 of them roared at Qin Deity in exasperation. Qin Deity said, "Please calm down, it's an order from above, we're just following orders." Wang Jian said angrily, "I want to see Yin Yuanming." "I'm sorry, Steward Yin said he won't see any of you. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go directly to the Chief Pavilion Lord. But I don't mind telling you the truth, the Chief Pavilion Lord agreed to ban your families. Please go back, or I'll have to ask someone to escort you out." Qin Deity said coldly. Wang Jian said, "No need, we can leave on our own. But I want to ask, is this Qin Feiyang's idea?" Qin Deity said, "Yes, he's the one who wants to ban you." Wang Jian and Zhang Wu left. They couldn't figure out how Qin Feiyang could be so capable. In the Wang family's meeting hall. At this moment, all of the clan elders were gathered here. "Patriarch, being banned by the treasure pavilion is no small matter. If this goes on, it will affect the future of our family. Although we have some savings in the treasury, we have a lot of people. In a few months, those savings will be used up, and it will be the end of our Wang family. Patriarch, we can understand that you want to protect your son, but he has committed such a grave mistake, even the sacred temple won't let him go. You can't implicate our entire family just because of him. Yes, you have to personally bring Wang Fei to the sacred temple today and beg for Qin Feiyang's forgiveness. Otherwise, we'll remove you from your position as patriarch." The elders all said angrily. Wang Jian sat on the main seat and glanced at the group of angry elders with a gloomy face. At the same time, the same thing was happening in the Zheng family's meeting hall. Chapter 324. The 2 families were in chaos. Wang Jian and Zheng Wu were also forced into a corner by a group of elders. But at this moment, the Lu family came. They said that if the 2 families needed cultivation resources in the future, they could buy them from the Lu family. The price was the same as the Zhenbao Pavilion. With the help of the Lu family, the elders of the Wang and Zheng families were appeased. However, the big shots of the Zhenbao Pavilion were furious. The reason for that was because the Lu family's actions were simply trying to steal their business. But for some reason, the Zhenbao Pavilion didn't say anything. A day and a night passed. The next morning, Qin Feiyang finally finished the last bit of the second stroke. His cultivation base also soared to the 3-star Battle King. In his Qi Si, the purple gold dragon aura, flaming battle aura, and red sword aura became denser, emitting a bright light. I've been delayed in the ocean of despair for a few months. I have to work harder now. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and glanced at Lu Hong. He didn't disturb her and directly left the castle. Then, he rushed into the alchemy room and refined the 20 red fire-colored glaze pills. Dong. Before he could catch his breath, there was a hurried knock on the door. "You're on time," Qin Feiyang muttered, took out a jade box, and put 10 red fire-colored glass pills in it. Then, he walked to the door and opened it. But it wasn't Yin Yuanming. It was Huang San. Huang San immediately said, "Senior brother Qin, something bad happened." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Come in and talk." After Huang San came in, Qin Feiyang closed the stone door and entered the resting room one after the other. Huang San said, "Senior brother Qin, according to what I heard, the Wang and Zheng families were in chaos, but at this time, the Lu family helped them." "It's the Lu family again." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Huang San frowned. "There's one more thing that puzzles me. The Lu family is undoubtedly trying to steal business from Zhenbao Pavilion by doing this, but why hasn't Zhenbao Pavilion done anything yet?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He sat on the chair and pondered. Suddenly, a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. "They are waiting for me." "Waiting for you?" Huang San was suspicious. If Zhenbao Pavilion starts to suppress the Lu family now, they won't be able to get any benefits from me. So, Zhenbao Pavilion is waiting for me to show my bargaining chip, Qin Feiyang said. Huang San looked like he didn't quite understand. "If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Try not to meddle in my affairs. It won't do you any good. I also happen to have something to give you." Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal and threw it to Huang San. "Is this for me?" Huang San held it in his hands and looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang nodded. "If you have any news in the future, don't come to me face to face. Just send me a message through the image crystal." "Thank you, senior brother Qin. I promise that I'll serve you wholeheartedly in the future." Huang San was overjoyed. This was a real gold mine. What Lu Ziyuan, what Xiao Hong, what Dong Cheng, compared to this person, they were nothing but dog farts. Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right, you can leave now." "Yes." Huang San replied respectfully. He turned and walked out of the lounge happily. As soon as he opened the stone door, 2 figures entered his sight. It was Steward Yin and Elder Di. Huang San hurriedly put away the image crystal and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Steward Yin and Elder Di. You're finally here," Qin Feiyang muttered. He got up and walked to the door and bowed to the 2. Elder Di asked, "Qin Feiyang, Steward Yin said he wanted to talk to you. Is it true?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "All right, you guys talk." With a smile, Elder Di turned around and left. Huang San followed him. Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and handed it to Yin Yuanming. "Check it first. If you find it missing, I won't admit it." Yin Yuanming opened the jade box and looked at the 10 red fire-colored glass pills lying quietly inside. His old eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Yes, right? Then please go back." "Yes." Yin Yuanming was stunned. Was he going to drive him away? He hurriedly put away the jade box and asked, "Didn't you want to ban the Lu family? Why didn't you do anything?" "Finally, I can't help but start probing." Qin Feiyang smiled and shook his head. "I don't plan to do that now." "You don't plan to do that?" Yin Yuanming was stunned. "I have to remind you that the Lu family is helping the Wang and Zheng families now. It's impossible for them to hand over Wang Fei and Zheng Chuan." If the precious treasure pavilion isn't anxious, why should I be? Am I right? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Yin Yuanming's face darkened. He said angrily, "You brat. How dare you scheme against the precious treasure pavilion? Do you have any conscience? Since when did I scheme against you?" Qin Feiyang felt a little wronged. Didn't you already know that the Lu family would help the Wang and Jing families? If that's the case, the precious treasure pavilion will ban the Lu family before you say anything. You brat, you're really good at scheming. Yin Yuanming was filled with righteous indignation. His face was extremely ugly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Do you really think that I'm good at scheming? Yin Yuanming shook his head. I don't believe it. I just feel that we've been tricked by you. I really didn't expect it. Qin Feiyang looked helpless. However, it's really unwise for the Lu family to get involved now. Yin Yuanming nodded. Indeed. Not only will this anger the precious treasure pavilion, but it will also deepen the conflict between the two of you. Qin Feiyang said, I don't care. The conflict has already been formed. Then when do you plan to take action? Let me tell you. The chief pavilion master said that the precious treasure pavilion can't ban the Lu family unilaterally. Yin Yuanming said. Banning the Lu family meant offending Lu Xingchen. If they didn't tie Qin Feiyang to the same rope, where would the precious treasure pavilion find supreme grade pills in the future? Qin Feiyang smiled. Let's wait a little longer. I guarantee that the Lu family will regret it when the time comes. Okay. Just because of what you said, the precious treasure pavilion will fight with you until the end. No, cooperate until the end. Yin Yuanming was a little incoherent. It was obvious how excited he was at the moment. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have believed it. How could a little battle king be able to shake a super family like the Lu family, let alone make the Lu family regret it? But he had absolute confidence in the young man in front of him. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and smiled. If you believe me, these 10 red fire-colored glass pills can be auctioned later. Okay. Then I'll let the Lu family be arrogant for a while. Then I'll leave first. Contact me if you need anything. Yin Yuanming smiled and turned into a ray of light and left quickly. Lu family, you're digging your own grave. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He turned around and went into the alchemy room. He closed the stone door and continued to make battle chi pills. In fact, he was very grateful to the Lu family. If the Lu family didn't compete with the precious treasure pavilion, even if the precious treasure pavilion cooperated with him, it would only be a relationship of mutual benefit. This kind of relationship was not reliable. Once the Lu family gave the precious treasure pavilion enough benefits, the precious treasure pavilion would definitely betray them. But now, the precious treasure pavilion wanted to suppress the Lu family more than anyone else. After making a few thousand battle chi pills, Qin Feiyang went back to the castle and continued to copy the battle formula. A battle chi pill with 2 veins contained a lot of energy. This also saved him a lot of herbs. Time was like the sand in one's fingers. Half a month went by. Qin Feiyang had already copied half of the 3rd stroke of the battle formula. But today, he had to stop. Because Wolf King and Ren Wushuang had returned. Closing the iron book, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and went to Ren Wushuang's courtyard. A man and a wolf were sitting in a pavilion and chatting. Qin Feiyang strode over and smiled. How was it? How much did you get? Haha, the spiritual state is indeed a place full of outstanding people and rich in resources. We got more than 200 sets of herbs for the potential pill. Wolf King said proudly. So many. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He expected to get 50 or 60 sets, which was already amazing. But he didn't expect to get more than 200 set. We have separated the herbs for the 3 types of pills. You can take them and organize them yourself. As for the gold coins, we spent about 10 billion. The rest is in the Qiankuan bag. Ren Wushuang took out 4 Qiankuan bags and threw them on the stone table. Only 10 billion? Qin Feiyang was stunned, but on second thought, it made sense. After all, the precious treasure pavilion didn't know that these herbs could be used to refine the potential pill, and Juku yellow dragon pill. They also didn't know the magical effects of these 3 pills. If they knew, the price would definitely skyrocket. He took a deep breath, sat on the stone bench, grabbed a tranquil bag, and carefully organized it. After a full 6 hours, he finally completely organized the herbs for the 3 types of pills. He had gathered 230 sets of potential pills. Potential pill, 52 sets. Juku yellow dragon pill, 61 sets. If all of them were to be auctioned, it would be more than 10 billion. It would definitely be dozens or even hundreds of times more. Moreover, there were still many herbs left that couldn't be gathered. After all, some of the herbs were very ordinary and easy to find. Some of the herbs were very rare and difficult to find. There were naturally a lot of ordinary medicinal herbs, but there were naturally very few rare ones. But at this moment, an old figure suddenly descended in the sky above the courtyard. It was the Academy Master. Qin Feiyang hurriedly put away all the herbs. Swish! The Academy Master's figure flashed and instantly landed in the pavilion, smiling. You guys are here too. Greetings, Academy Master. Qin Feiyang hurriedly got up and bowed. Don't be so formal. The Academy Master waved his hand and asked curiously, what are you hiding? Why are you sneaking around? Nothing. Qin Feiyang scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. If the Academy Master knew that he had asked Ren Wuxuang to sweep the herbs, he would definitely beat him up on the spot. Is there really nothing? The Academy Master asked, becoming more and more curious. Ren Wuxuang said angrily, Grandpa, what are you doing? Even if Feiyang is hiding something, does it have anything to do with you? You're so nosy. The Academy Master was stunned, glancing back and forth between Ren Wuxuang and Qin Feiyang, and sighed deeply. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Chapter 325. You're still scolding me? The mansion master's face immediately darkened, and he said, Pack up, I'll send you to the inner hall immediately. Ren Wuxuang shook his head. I'm not going, that damn place, what's so good about it? You're already so old, you can't possibly stay by an old man's side forever, right? Today, you have to go. That's why I'm here. The mansion master said with a straight face. Humph. Ren Wuxuang snorted coldly, turned his head away, pouted, and started to sulk. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in the mansion master's heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang, giving Qin Feiyang a look. Qin Feiyang looked a little embarrassed, and said silently, That's not good, right? The mansion master immediately glared at him with a threatening expression. Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. This was a matter between you grandfather and grandson, why did you drag him into it? Sigh. He sighed and laughed. Sis, the mansion master is right, you can't stay by his side forever, you should go. Pausing for a moment, Qin Feiyang continued, if you really hate that Lu Xingchen, just give him a slap, he definitely won't harass you again. Fart. Ren Wuxuang couldn't help but laugh. What kind of rotten idea was this? To think that he could think of it. However, his vexed mood was a lot better now. She looked at the mansion master and nodded. All right, I'll go, but you're alone at home, you have to take good care of yourself. The mansion master looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, then looked at Ren Wuxuang and smiled. Although grandfather is old, his bones are still very strong, don't worry. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and laughed. Sis, wait for me. Finished. Without waiting for Ren Wuxuang to react, he directly opened the teleportation gate and returned to the second alchemy room. A few hundred breaths passed. He refined 2 potential pills, 1 9-chew yellow dragon pill, and stored it in a jade box. Immediately after, without stopping, he opened the teleportation door and appeared in the pavilion. He handed the jade box to Ren Wuxuang and said, This is for you. What is it? Ren Wuxuang opened the jade box, and rays of dazzling light immediately bloomed. Why are there 2 pill veins? Ren Wuxuang was bewildered. 2. The man ahead was taken aback for a moment before he hurried over as well. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. It was actually a top-grade pill with 2 pill veins. Furthermore, even he had never seen these 3 medicinal pills before. Two of them were completely blood-red, as if they were condensed from blood, emitting a strange fragrance. They were the potential pills. The other one was yellow in color. At first glance, it looked like a ball of mud, but its surface was round and flawless. This 9 tunes yellow dragon pill can increase one's cultivation. You can take it at any time. These 2 potential pills can open the 4th and 5th level of the Gate of Potential. You will need to break through to the 9-star Combat Emperor before you can consume them. Qin Feiyang explained in a low voice. There's actually such a pill? Ren Wuxuang's eyes revealed a strange light. The palace lord's old eyes were also staring angrily, filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Sis, don't leak out these 2 medicinal pills." He added, "In addition, the 3 potential pills that I gave you can only be consumed when you reach the 9-star Combat Emperor." "Yes." Ren Wuxuang nodded, put away the jade box, and smiled. "Feiyang, thank you." Qin Feiyang said, "We are all family, there is no need to be so polite. Moreover, the person who should be thanking you should be me." "You mean those medicinal herbs?" Ren Wuxuang was bewildered. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Wuxuang couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had asked her to help clear out these 2 medicinal herbs. This cheap brother was truly treacherous. If the people from the treasure pavilion were to find out, they would probably vomit blood from anger. "What are the 2 of you talking about?" The palace lord looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. "Nothing." The 2 of them shook their heads at the same time. There must be something wrong. The palace lord muttered secretly, but he didn't ask any more questions. He smiled and said, "Shuang quickly go and clean up." "Yes." Ren Wuxuang nodded, turned around and walked towards the pavilion. The palace lord asked in a low voice, "Qin Feiyang, where did you get these pill recipes?" "This, white-eyed wolf, we should also go. Senior, farewell." Qin Feiyang opened a portal and ran in without looking back. "Old man, see you later." Wolf King waved his claws and slipped into the portal. "Ah!" The palace lord was stunned. 2 little brats. After coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but curse, but there was a hint of a smile in his old eyes as he whispered, "Interesting little guys." On the street in front of the treasure pavilion, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. "Look, it's Qin Feiyang and that ruffian wolf. They're here again. What do they want to do in the East City this time? It's too extravagant to use the portal every time." Now, the man and wolf were considered celebrities in the East City. As soon as they appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. Extravagant. Hearing the discussion, Qin Feiyang's face couldn't help but twitch. The 10 portals he bought last time hadn't been used much, and now there were only 4 left. Everyone only saw the bright side, but they didn't know how helpless he was in his heart. If it weren't for the distance between the Sacred Palace and the East City, he would really be reluctant to use the portal. "Greetings, young Master Qin." The 2 guards at the door saw Qin Feiyang coming and hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Cough, cough. The Wolf King coughed dryly, looking displeased. The 2 guards looked at each other, feeling helpless. They cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, Lord Wolf. Please come in." Humph. Wolf King snorted and walked into the treasure pavilion with his head held high. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's just so naughty. Please don't take it to heart." It's fine, it's fine." The 2 waved their hands. Now, this man and wolf were Manager Yin's favorites. Would they dare to argue with them? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then entered the treasure pavilion. Qin Deity came up and smiled, "You're here." Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Deity and found that she wasn't wearing her work uniform. He smiled and said, "Miss Deity, you seem a little different today." Qin Deity said, "I'm staying with Manager Yin to help him with the treasure pavilion." Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled, "So you've been promoted. Congratulations. It's all thanks to you." Qin Deity looked grateful. She asked, "Are you here to see Manager Yin?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Deity said, "Go up by yourself. The VIP room on the 3rd floor. Okay, let's talk another day." Qin Feiyang smiled, then grabbed Wolf King and walked up to the 3rd floor. Wolf King said unhappily, "Why did you drag me along when you're going to talk business?" What do you think? Qin Feiyang glared at it. If he let it run around the treasure pavilion by itself, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? The VIP room. As soon as Qin Feiyang walked in, Yin Yuanming stood up to welcome him. Brother Qin, I've been waiting for you for so long. Finally, you're here. Come. This way please. Yin Yuanming greeted Qin Feiyang warmly. They sat opposite each other at the coffee table. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, "Did the Lu family do anything in the past half a month? I'm angry at the mention of them. Did you know? 2 days ago, Steward Lu came to the treasure pavilion to buy a large batch of herbs." Yin Yuanming said angrily. "Did you sell them to him?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Yin Yuanming said helplessly, "You didn't give me a definite answer. How can I not sell them? Okay, let's forget about it. I'm here to ban the Lu family." Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and placed it on the coffee table. Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up. He grabbed the jade box and opened it. There were 2 blood-red elixirs inside. There was a glaring elixir pattern on them. Why is there only 1 elixir pattern? Yin Yuanming was very excited. However, when he saw that there was only 1 elixir pattern, he immediately frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled. For this kind of elixir, even if there is only 1 elixir pattern, it's still priceless. Yin Yuanming was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "I've never auctioned this kind of elixir before." Before he could finish, Yin Yuanming frowned and said, "How do you know it's priceless if you haven't auctioned it before? Are you playing with me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, he shook his head and laughed. "Let me show you something." Qin Feiyang pulled open his clothes. A red door-shaped imprint instantly entered Yin Yuanming's sight. "This is..." Yin Yuanming frowned. He felt like he knew what this door-shaped imprint was, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. "Potential imprint," Qin Feiyang reminded. "That's right. It's the potential imprint." Yin Yuanming suddenly stood up and stared at the door-shaped imprint. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This lad had actually opened the door of potential. No. He first took out the elixir and then showed the potential imprint. Could it be that these 2 elixirs? Yin Yuanming lowered his head and stared at the 2 potential elixirs in the jade box. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. Qin Feiyang tidied his clothes and smiled. "This is the potential elixir that you've always wanted to know about. There's actually an elixir that can open the door of potential in this world." Yin Yuanming felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. He had been in the spiritual state for so many years and had seen everything. However, this was the first time he had heard of something so unbelievable. "Are you sure?" He swallowed his saliva and looked up at Qin Feiyang. He was extremely nervous. If this potential elixir could really open the door of potential, it would be more than priceless. It would be a priceless treasure. "I'm sure. Lu Hong, White-Eyed Wolf, and I have all opened the 3rd level of the door of potential." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. Manager Yin was like a bolt from the blue. He sat down on the chair and waved his hand. Let this old man calm down first. It was too shocking. For a moment, he couldn't digest it. Qin Feiyang wasn't in a hurry. While drinking tea, he asked Wolf King about his experience in the past half a month through telepathy. A moment later, Manager Yin suddenly stood up, grabbed the jade box, and left in a hurry. Soon, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire through the entire city at an astonishing speed. Chapter 326. What? Even the Lu family has been banned by the Precious Treasure Pavilion. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. This was too crazy. Not only was the Lu family banned, but it was a complete ban. This was cutting off all the Lu family's escape routes. Swoosh. Not long after the news spread, a black figure descended in the sky above the Precious Treasure Pavilion. It was Housekeeper Lu. He looked down at the Precious Treasure Pavilion and shouted angrily, "Yin Yuanming, what is the meaning of this?" Swoosh. Yin Yuanming flew out of the Precious Treasure Pavilion and faced Housekeeper Lu. He said indifferently, "I still want to ask, what is the meaning of this?" Housekeeper Lu's face darkened. "I don't understand." "You don't understand? Then let me give you a reminder. The precious treasure pavilion banned the Wang and Zheng families. Not only did the Lu family interfere, but you also came to the precious treasure pavilion to buy large amounts of herbs and resell them to them. May I ask what the Lu family thinks of the precious treasure pavilion by doing this? Yin Yuanming said. His cold gaze was like a sharp blade that pierced through one's heart. Housekeeper Lu frowned and said in a low voice, "You should know that the Lu family is not targeting the precious treasure pavilion. It's the precious treasure pavilion that ordered the banning of the Wang and Zheng families. Even if it's not targeting us, it's disrespecting us and embarrassing us," Yin Yuanming said. Housekeeper Lu was speechless. At the end of the day, the Lu family was indeed in the wrong. However, no one in the Lu family regretted this decision. Housekeeper Lu said, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me directly. Do you want to remove the ban?" Yin Yuanming said indifferently, "I'm sorry. The ban was personally issued by the Chief Pavilion Lord. I don't have the authority to remove it, nor do I want to remove it. The Chief Pavilion Lord really gave the order personally." Housekeeper Lu's heart skipped a beat and he sneered. "Since you're so heartless, don't blame the Lu family for being unjust. Before I leave, the family head asked me to tell you something. If you don't remove the ban, don't even think about getting a supreme grade pill from the Lu family in the future." This was the prelude to falling out. However, with Qin Feiyang's addition, the precious treasure pavilion was no longer afraid of the Lu family's threat. They were confident now. Yin Yuanming chuckled. "Sure. This old man wants to see how long your Lu family's meager savings can last without my precious treasure pavilion's supply of medicinal herbs. How could he not be threatened?" Steward Lu was secretly shocked as he asked in a deep voice, "Have you reached an agreement with Qin Feiyang?" Yin Yuanming said, "It's none of your business. Precious treasures pavilion doesn't welcome you." Scram. Housekeeper Lu's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Wait, we can discuss this. At most, my Lu clan will not support the Wang clan and Zheng clan. It has nothing to do with the Wang and Zheng families now. I'll be frank with you. Zhenbao Pavilion wants to suppress your Lu family. Even if the Lu family has Lu Xingchen, a top-notch alchemist, it's still just a family. If you want to climb over my precious treasure pavilion's head, not just the precious treasure pavilion, even the Manor Lord and the current emperor wouldn't allow it. Go back and tell Patriarch Lu to weigh his own weight. Don't bring the Lu clan to destruction because of your ambition." Yin Yuanming sneered and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the precious treasure pavilion. "Damn bastard." Housekeeper Lu cursed, and with a belly full of anger, he turned and flew into the air. "I've been in the city for so long, but this is the first time I've seen precious treasure pavilion cause such a big commotion. Looks like the Lu clan has really pissed precious treasure pavilion off this time. The Lu clan is in for a treat. If this continues, the Lu clan will decline sooner or later." The crowd on the street below discussed. In the VIP room. "Haha, Qin Feiyang, you didn't see Housekeeper Lu's face at that time. That was so satisfying." Yin Yuanming laughed, finally venting his anger. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then you can start auctioning the scarlet-colored glass pellet now." "That's right. Once the two-striped scarlet fire-glazed pill is born, the Lu clan will definitely regret it. Also, the East, West, North, and South districts will hold the auction at the same time." Yin Yuanming's eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Remember, don't let the Lu clan's people fool you, especially when the potential pill is being auctioned." Yin Yuanming said, "That's a must. I'll let people use the Heaven's Eye stone to check them one by one. Not even a fly can sneak in." "Alright then, I'll go back first." Qin Feiyang got up and smiled. "Wait." Yin Yuanming reached out to stop him and said with a smile, "I've prepared some gifts, please accept them." He took out a Chenkuan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang checked it suspiciously, and his eyes trembled slightly. There were actually 50 portals inside. That was equivalent to 5 billion gold coins. This precious treasure pavilion was really generous. "Are you satisfied?" Yin Yuanming asked with a smile. "Thanks." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and did not stand on ceremony, directly keeping it. Yin Yuanming reached out and smiled. I look forward to our further cooperation. I won't let you down. Qin Feiyang also reached out, and when they shook hands, a bright smile crept onto their faces. Immediately, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and left with Wolf King. Yin Yuanming also immediately took out the image crystal and contacted the stewards of the precious treasure pavilions in the other 3 districts to discuss the auction. Soon, another explosive piece of news spread across the continent. The precious treasure pavilions in the 4 districts would auction 2 red fire-colored glass elixirs at the same time tomorrow morning. This news was even more shocking than the precious treasure pavilions banning the Lu family. For a time, the streets and alleys were discussing this matter. Countless families in the city were also rubbing their hands and preparing for the auction tomorrow. The Lu family. In the meeting hall, a middle-aged man with a rough face sat on the main seat. He was wearing a purple robe and his body was straight. His pair of dark eyes were extremely bright and there was a kind of majesty between his brows. He was the current head of the Lu family, Lu Tianfeng. Below, Steward Lu stood respectfully and repeated Yin Yuanming's words without missing a word. Preposterous! How dare you threaten us? As soon as Steward Lu finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng angrily slapped the armrest of his chair. Steward Lu asked, "Head, the precious treasure pavilions are obviously serious this time. What should we do? Although the Lu family is a family, we won't be bullied by everyone." Lu Tianfeng's eyes flashed coldly. "Since the precious treasure pavilions want to fight with us, we will fight with them to the end," Steward Lu said worriedly, "but the savings in our treasury won't last long." Lu Tianfeng waved his hand. "It's okay. Luan is in charge of the resource hall of the sacred sanctum and Xingchen has a high position in the inner sanctum. We can ask them for resources." "Absolutely not. If this matter is discovered, I'm afraid even the sacred sanctum will ban the Lu family. They might even expel all the disciples of the Lu family from the sacred sanctum in a fit of anger. The most important thing is the patriarch. If he finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that time, it will be the end of the Lu family," Steward Lu said hurriedly. "Then what do you think we should do? We can't compromise with the precious treasure pavilions, right?" Lu Tianfeng frowned. Steward Lu said, "A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall." Lu Tianfeng shook his head. "No, I can't do that." Sigh. Steward Lu sighed deeply in his heart. The head of this generation was really not wise at all. At this moment, a burly man in black ran into the meeting hall in a panic and shouted, "Head of the family, something bad has happened." Steward Lu's eyelids twitched, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Lu Tianfeng shouted, "Why are you panicking? What is it? Speak." The burly man in black said, "I just received news that tomorrow morning, the precious treasure pavilions in the 4 districts will auction 2 scarlet fire-colored glass pills at the same time." "What?" Steward Lu's body shook. Lu Tianfeng also stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. The news was released by the precious treasure pavilions. It can't be fake. And according to the precious treasure pavilions, a scarlet fire-colored glass pill with 2 scarlet fire-colored glass pills can increase one's cultivation by 3 small realms at once, the burly man in black said. Steward Lu stepped forward, grabbed the burly man in black's clothes, and shouted, "Is it true?" The burly man in black smiled bitterly. "Steward Lu, can the news released by the precious treasure pavilions be fake?" Steward Lu let go of his hands and sat down weakly on the chair behind him. So the precious treasure pavilions already have a stronger alchemist, so they disregarded everything and directly fell out with the Lu family. He couldn't help but sigh. If they didn't ease the relationship with the precious treasure pavilions, the Lu family might really be destroyed because of this. Lu Tianfeng frowned. "Who is this alchemist? Is it Qin Feiyang?" "No." The stewards of the precious treasure pavilions in the 4 districts denied it. The burly man in black said, "If it's not Qin Feiyang, then who is it? Who would help the precious treasure pavilions against the Lu family?" Lu Tianfeng's face had a touch of hostility. Steward Lu suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "Could it be Murongjing?" "It's possible." Lu Tianfeng nodded. Murongjing's talent in alchemy was not inferior to Lu Xingchen's. She had been very low-key these years, so no one knew about her situation. Maybe after these years of hard work, she had a breakthrough in alchemy. Steward Lu, bring some people to the precious treasure pavilions tomorrow. No matter what, you have to sneak in and get the red fire glaze pill for me. I'll also immediately tell the family members in the sacred palace to investigate Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing. Lu Tianfeng said in a low voice. Steward Lu nodded and asked, what about the Wang family and the Zheng family? Do you still want to help them? Lu Tianfeng said angrily, we can't even protect ourselves. Why should we care about them? All right, I'll tell them now. Steward Lu nodded and strode away with the burly man in black. Qin Feiyang, Murong Jing, don't let me find out it's you, or I'll definitely kill you in the sacred palace. Lu Tianfeng's eyes flashed. Without the help of the Lu family, the Wang family and the Zheng family had internal strife again. And it was even fiercer than the last time. At last. Chapter 327. In Alchemy Room 2. Qin Feiyang was refining battle chi pills. The only thing he lacked now was battle chi pills. Ordinary battle chi pills were not good enough for him, so he had no choice but to work harder. The Wolf King was lying alone in the lounge, yawning. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said weakly, Little Qin Zi, let me go out for a walk. I promise I won't do anything stupid. We're in a fight with the Lu family now, so you'd better behave yourself during this period. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Sigh. The Wolf King sighed deeply, his heart filled with helplessness. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Why were there so many troublesome matters? Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal began to move. He took it out and infused his battle chi into it. Fatso's shadow quickly appeared. Fatso immediately said, Boss, something's wrong. Not only was there an anxious look on the fatty's face, there was also a strong sense of anger. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. He asked, what's wrong? Fatso said, you and Lu Hong guessed right. That damn guard captain really did rape Yang Nanshan. He even said that he wouldn't let Yang Nanshan leave prison alive. Damn it. Qin Feiyang's body emitted a piercing murderous aura. The herbs that were being refined in the cauldron were all destroyed in an instant. Fatso asked, what do we do now? Wolf King got up and ran to Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He shouted, nonsense, of course we're going to collect evidence. We're going to kill him. Okay, leave it to Fat Lord. Fatso nodded and said, by the way, Fat Lord has heard about what happened between you and the Lu family. Do you need Fat Lord's help? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, no, you just focus on collecting evidence. The sooner the better. All right, there's one more thing. That guard captain has already learned all of our details from Wei Zhongyang. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then why didn't he leak it out? I don't know. Maybe it's because he knows about your relationship with Ren Wushuang and doesn't dare to. Fatso guessed. No matter what, this person must be eliminated as soon as possible. As for our background, it doesn't matter even if it's leaked. But you have to be careful. If the Lu clan were to learn of our relationship, I'm afraid that it would be detrimental to you. Qin Feiyang reminded. Don't worry about Fat Lord. After learning about the situation between you and the Lu family, Fat Lord immediately went to buy a few portals. If the Lu family really comes looking for me, Fat Lord can just slip away. Fatso chuckled. This damned Fatso is indeed reliable. Qin Feiyang muttered. If it wasn't for Fatso's help, he wouldn't have been able to deal with everything. After telling Fatso the coordinates of the second alchemy room, Qin Feiyang was about to put away the image crystal. But then, the image crystal lit up again. An old man in white quickly appeared. It was Ju Dong in the reception hall. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Elder Ju. May I know why you're looking for me? Ju Dong said, the people from the Wang clan and the Zheng clan are here. Come over quickly. They're finally here. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then tell them to come directly to the Pillfire Palace. Ju Dong shook his head and said, no, there are too many people. There are 20 or 30 of them and they're all combat emperors. I don't dare to let them in. Then won't I have to waste another portal? Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. "TSK, brat, who doesn't know that you're a rich man now? Why do you care about a portal? Don't talk nonsense. Come and send them away." After Ju Dong finished speaking, the phantom image disappeared. "This is going to be fun." Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and opened a portal. A man and a wolf walked in one after another. At the gate of the sacred hall, Ju Dong and Ju Shi stood side by side at the top of the stone stairs. Behind them and on both sides, there were many disciples of the sacred hall who were whispering to each other. And on the street below the stone stairs stood more than 20 figures. There were men and women. Some of them were elderly, while others were middle-aged. Their auras were unfathomable. They were the elders of the Wang and Zheng families. As for Wang Jian and Fifth Zheng, they were tied up and kneeling on the ground side by side. They looked quite miserable. "Elder Ju Dong, what did Qin Feiyang say? When will he come out?" the two elders asked anxiously. Ju Dong said, "Don't worry, I've already informed him. He'll be here soon." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King appeared in the middle of the square out of thin air. Men. The pupils of the sacred hall disciples constricted. Some were in awe. Some were in awe. There were also some female disciples who had lustful eyes and looked like young girls in love. Moreover, they instinctively retreated to the sides and made a path. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled politely at everyone, then walked to Ju Dong and Ju Shi. "You brat, you really don't stop at all. Think about it, how many things have happened since you came to the sacred hall?" Ju Shi glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "I don't want to, but the point is, there are always people looking for trouble. What can I do?" Ju Shi couldn't help but feel helpless. She waved her hand and said, okay, go and deal with it." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked down, and immediately raised his eyebrows. "Qin Feiyang, we brought Wang Jian and Fifth Zheng here. Now you can do whatever you want with them. As long as you can calm down and lift the ban on us from the treasure pavilion." The elders of the two families put down their posture and cupped their hands and pleaded. Wolf King said angrily, "You didn't even bring Wang Fei and Zheng Chuan, what's there to talk about? What a waste of time." An elder of the Zheng family said, "We have already sent people to capture them. They will be here soon." Fifth Zheng shouted, "You guys are too much. Shut up." The elder of the Zheng family directly slapped Fifth Zheng's face. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Wolf King shook his head and joked, "Old dog Zheng, old dog Wang, remember what we said at Elder Lu's residence half a month ago?" Their eyes were instantly filled with hatred and resentment. "At that time, we said that we would make you regret it for the rest of your life, but you didn't believe us and even looked disdainful. What about now? Why are you kneeling here?" Wolf King said playfully. "What are you so proud of? If it weren't for the treasure pavilion, with your little ability, can you do anything to us?" The two of them said angrily, "We can persuade the treasure pavilion to ban you. That's also our ability. If you guys are so awesome, why don't you try and get the treasure pavilion to ban us? If you don't have the ability, don't be so arrogant here. It's embarrassing." Wolf King looked disdainful. Fifth Zheng and Wang Jian clenched their hands tightly together. They indeed didn't have the ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been kidnapped here by a group of elders. They never expected that this man and wolf would have such great ability. Not only did they get the treasure pavilion to ban them, but they also banned the Lu family. These two damn unfilial sons, of all people, why did they have to touch Qin Feiyang's woman? "Let go of me. Be careful, or I'll tell my father and you'll have to bear the consequences." At this moment, two angry roars came from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw two brawny men holding Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei rushing over. "Idiots. Your father can't even protect himself, and you still want to use his power to threaten others. I've seen a lot of idiots, but this is the first time I've seen such stupid people. Otherwise, why would they say that these two are unfilial sons who deceived their father?" The disciples of the sacred hall on the square couldn't help but laugh, their eyes full of disdain. Along the way, Zheng Chuan and Wang Jian were clamoring, but the two brawny men were silent. However, when they arrived at the bottom of the stone stairs and saw the two tied up and kneeling on the ground, Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei immediately froze. Elders, what's going on? Father, why is he tied up? The two of them looked at the elders with disbelief on their faces. The group of elders all had angry looks on their faces. It's all because of you two bastards. Kneel down and apologize to Qin Feiyang, the elder of the Zheng family shouted. Qin Feiyang. Their bodies and minds trembled. They raised their heads and looked up. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King, their faces turned deathly pale. Why is this happening? Even father has been kidnapped. What exactly happened? The two of them were stunned on the spot. After they escaped from the sacred hall, they had been hiding outside, so they didn't know what had happened during this period of time. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Tell me, how did you escape from the sacred hall?" The two of them acted as if they didn't hear him and were stunned. The elder of the Zheng family hurriedly said, "Qin Feiyang, it's like this." Qin Feiyang said, "I don't want you to say it, I want them to say it themselves." Okay. The elder of the Zheng family nodded repeatedly. But when he saw that Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei were still in a daze, the anger in his heart suddenly became uncontrollable. Bang! He kicked the two of them to the ground and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Tell me." Ah! The two of them cried out and finally came back to their senses. They also finally understood the current situation. Wang Fei shuddered and hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Senior apprentice brother Qin, I was instigated by Zheng Chuan. Please be merciful and let me and my father go." Qin Feiyang raised his brows and suppressed his voice, saying in a low voice, "Didn't you hear clearly? I want to know, how did you escape from the sacred hall?" Wang Fei hurriedly said, "We informed our respective fathers and got them to come and pick us up." Qin Feiyang said, "After escaping from the sacred hall, where did you go?" "We hid in the mountains outside the city." "Senior apprentice brother Qin, I really know my mistake. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything." Wang Fei pleaded. "How preposterous. Wang Jian, 5th Zheng, how dare you? Simply looking down on our sacred hall." Zhu Dong and Wang Fei flew into a rage. 5th Zheng roared angrily, "Is it wrong for us to protect our sons? Even now, you're still stubborn. Damn it." At this moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded. Lu Yun descended from the sky and tapped the air with his index finger. A stream of battle chi tore through the sky and entered 5th Zheng's glabella like lightning. Chapter 328. Kill him. Everyone looked at 5th Zheng, who was slowly falling to the ground, trembling in fear. Especially the elders of the Wang and Zheng families, their faces were pale. The moment she appeared, she killed 5th Zheng. It was obvious how furious Lu Yun was at this moment. They were all afraid of becoming the next 5th Zheng. "Greetings, Elder Lu." After everyone came back to their senses, they all kowtowed. Lu Yun landed on the stone stairs and scanned the elders of the two families below. "Not only did you secretly take him away, but you even denied it when I personally went to look for you. Do you think I'm so easy to fool?" The two families' deceptive behavior infuriated Lu Yun. They were simply toying with her like a monkey. Plop! The elders of the two families trembled in body and mind as they knelt on the ground in unison, pleading for mercy. "Elder Lu, I was wrong. I don't care about Wang Fei anymore. You can do whatever you want with him. Please be merciful and let me off this time." Wang Jian kowtowed desperately, begging bitterly. 5th Zheng's death had completely crushed the line of defense in his heart, leaving only fear in his heart. "Father, what did you say?" When Wang Fei heard this, he looked at Wang Jian in disbelief. Wang Jian shouted, "Don't call me father. I don't have a son like you." Interesting. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other with a trace of amusement in their eyes. Previously, he was still stubborn. But now that Lu Yun was serious, he immediately became soft. Some people really had to use iron-blooded means to be honest. Don't you think it's too late to admit your mistake now? However, Lu Yun was unmoved. No one could stop her murderous intent. Boom! A terrifying pressure pounced at Wang Jian. At that moment, Wang Jian was unable to move and panicked. Elder Lu, please show mercy. Without waiting for him to finish, Lu Yun tapped the air. A stream of battle qi tore through Wang Jian's flesh like a venomous snake bearing its fangs and entered his heart. His heart exploded on the spot. With a painful scream, Wang Jian also died on the spot. The elders' faces were drained of all color. Their entire bodies and minds sank into despair. You two damned bastards, it's all your fault. They glared at the two of them with grief and indignation, wishing they could skin them alive. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Yun transformed into a stream of light and rushed down the street. It's over, it's over. I'm dead for sure this time. A group of elders were scared out of their wits. However, Lu Yun didn't attack them. Instead, he flew over their heads. Her gaze locked onto the people squatting at the various intersections. How dare you spy on my holy sanctum? You must have eaten the guts of a leopard, Lu Yun said coldly. Those people's hearts trembled, and they immediately turned around and fled. But in the end, not a single one of them managed to escape. All of them died tragically on the street. Wolf King chuckled. Good kill. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Regardless of whether or not those people had come for him, as long as he killed them, he would be able to intimidate the Lu family, the Dong family and the Shao family. In the future, these three superclans would no longer dare to send people to guard this place. It could be said that Lu Yun's actions had helped him greatly. Swoosh! After killing everyone, Lu Yun turned around and flew above the square. He said, Qin Feiyang, look for me immediately after you're done here. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded in response. Wang family, Zheng family, take care of yourselves. Lu Yun said coldly before transforming into a stream of light and disappearing from the back of the reception hall. The elders of the two families trembled as they heaved a sigh of relief. Although the two of them had been killed, they had courted death. They couldn't blame anyone else. Now, as long as they begged for Qin Feiyang's forgiveness, this matter would come to an end. The Zheng family elder stood up and cupped his hands. Qin Feiyang, Zheng Chuan and company have committed such despicable acts. Their crimes are unforgivable. You can deal with them however you want. Qin Feiyang, I'm sorry. I was just muddle-headed for a moment. Please show mercy. I really know my mistake. I'll be your slave. Can you spare my life? Zheng Chuan and company were already paralyzed on the ground in fear. Their faces were filled with despair as water flowed out of their pants. Upon hearing the Zheng family elder's words, they quivered and hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price for harming the people around me. You don't have the right to be my slave. Qin Feiyang coldly smiled. He looked at the group of elders and said, if you want me to remove the ban, then immediately feed them the spiritual disaster pill. What? Zheng Chuan and company's expressions changed drastically. The elders looked at each other and shook their heads. The Zheng family elder looked up at Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. We didn't prepare the spiritual calamity pill. Wolf King shouted, what are you doing here if you didn't prepare the spiritual calamity pill? You don't have any sincerity at all. You want us to revoke the ban? Dream on. The Zheng family elder's gaze trembled as he turned to look at the elders behind him. He shouted, which one of you? Go to the treasure pavilion and buy 2 spiritual calamity pills. Whoosh! A middle-aged brawny man immediately soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. I'm going to take the spiritual calamity pill soon. What should I do? I don't want to become a cripple. Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei were completely flustered. This feeling of waiting while knowing that they were going to die made them suffer. And this was also Qin Feiyang's goal. Killing the two of them directly was too easy for them. He wanted the two of them to completely collapse. That was because there was nothing more painful and despairing than quietly waiting for death. I really don't want to die. Senior Marshal Brother Qin, please be magnanimous and let me off. Zheng Chuan begged and climbed up the stone stairs. However, when he finally managed to climb up with much difficulty, the Wolf King kicked him down again. Bang bang bang. He fell on the spot and his head was bleeding, groaning miserably. He asked for it. If it were me, I would be more brutal than Senior Brother Qin. Damn it, he actually used the calamity pill to poison the female disciples of the same sect. He's simply insane. Not only did he poison them, but he also wanted to violate senior sister Lu Hong. He's worse than a beast. The disciples of the sacred palace all had fierce looks in their eyes. Especially those female disciples, their eyes were full of disgust as they looked at Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei. Whoosh! The middle-aged brawny man who went to buy the calamity pill seemed to have grown a pair of wings. In less than an hour, he hurried back. He landed at the bottom of the stone stairs and looked at Qin Feiyang. I bought the calamity pill. Qin Feiyang said, give it to them. Open your mouth. The middle-aged brawny man shouted. No, elder, I beg of you. The two of them struggled desperately and begged desperately. The Zheng family elder shouted, hold them down. Two men in black stepped forward and directly grabbed the two of them by the neck. The middle-aged brawny man waved his hand and the calamity pill flew into their mouths. The pill melted as soon as it entered their mouth. The two of them immediately lost their cultivation and strength rapidly. As soon as the two men in black let go, the two of them collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The despair in their eyes was gradually replaced by deep resentment. Qin Feiyang, just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll die without a burial place. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei roared hysterically. Hee hee. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Wolf King grinned and waved his paw. Little Qin Zi, you go see Elder Lu first. I'll stay here and have a good time with them. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Those who were waiting had all been eliminated. Wolf King would not be in any danger if he stayed here. But to be on the safe side, Qin Feiyang gave it a teleportation door. The Zheng family elder said, Qin Feiyang, wait, can the ban be lifted? Find the white-eyed wolf. He has the final say. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Then, he opened a teleportation gate and arrived at Elder Lu's residence. Come in. Lu Yun sat in a pavilion and said indifferently, yes. Qin Feiyang answered and pushed open the courtyard's door. He strode into the pavilion and said, Elder, why did you call me here? Lu Yun said, I heard that you went to the treasure pavilion to buy the herbs for the marrow cleansing pill. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Don't we have them in the resource hall? Do we have to go to the treasure pavilion? Elder Lu frowned. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to eliminate Luan. Qin Feiyang said, Elder, I immediately asked Wolf King and Huang San to go to the resource hall, but Elder Luan told me that there were no herbs. Impossible. Lu Yun suddenly stood up and flicked his sleeve. He swept up Qin Feiyang and flew towards the resource hall. Lu family, just wait to regret it. Qin Feiyang sneered inwardly. Swoosh. Not long after. The two of them landed in the square outside the resource hall. Greetings, Elder Lu. The disciples walking in and out of the hall immediately stopped and bowed respectfully. Why is Elder Lu here? Luan, who was leisurely sipping tea on the second floor, suddenly jolted. He lost his grip on the teacup and it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He hurriedly got up and ran to the first floor. At the same time, Lu Yun led Qin Feiyang into the resource hall. The white-robed youth working in the resource hall hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Zhong Jin greets Elder Lu. Lu Yun said, let me ask you. Does the resource hall have the herbs for the marrow cleansing pill? Zhong Jin hesitated. At this moment, Luan ran down and smiled obsequiously. Elder Lu, the herbs for the marrow cleansing pill were all bought by someone some time ago. I haven't had the time to make up for it. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eye. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Bought them all? Lu Yun frowned and asked, who bought them? Luan hesitated as well. This was because he never expected Lu Yun to ask such a question. Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance. He said indifferently, Elder Lu, did you sell them all or did Lu Ziyuan ask you not to sell them to me? Luan's expression changed as he shouted, Qin Feiyang, don't spout nonsense. Wolf King and Huang San didn't manage to buy the herbs at the resource hall, so I immediately used the teleportation gate to head to the East City's Precious Treasure Pavilion. However, I was informed by Qin Deity that the Precious Treasure Pavilion had already banned me. And the one who made the Precious Treasure Pavilion ban me was your Lu family. I found it strange. How could there be such a coincidence? Elder Lu, can you give me an explanation? Chapter 329. Luan said sternly, I don't know anything. How can I explain it to you? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, you know better than anyone whether you know or not. You. Luan was infuriated. She looked at Lu Yun and said, Elder Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just slandering me and trying to get rid of me. Qin Feiyang said, are you feeling guilty? I have no grudge with you. Why should I get rid of you? Luan wanted to say something. Shut up. Lu Yun roared angrily and looked at the white-robed youth. Zhongjin, tell me. Does the resource hall have the herbs for the marrow-cleansing pill? If you dare lie, I won't expel you from the sacred temple, but I'll kill you on the spot. Her eyes emitted a shocking killing intent. Zhongjin's body trembled as he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Elder Lu, spare me. This has nothing to do with me. Elder Lu was the one who forbade me from selling it. Lu Yun's face instantly turned as cold as an iceberg. Luan's expression changed as she shouted, Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhongjin said, Elder Lu, I'm sorry. I don't want to die, so I can only speak the truth. Darn thing, I'll kill you. Luan flew into a rage as she smacked Zhongjin's head. But at that moment, Qin Feiyang reached out at lightning speed and grabbed Zhongjin's arm. He pulled Zhongjin forward and narrowly avoided the calamity. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Elder Lu, not only did you deceive your superiors, but you even silenced Elder Lu in front of her. Is your Lu family really so rampant? On the surface, these words were directed at Luan, but in fact, they were meant for Lu Yun. It was equivalent to provoking Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's killing intent intensified. Luan's eyes were filled with killing intent as she said sternly, Little bastard, don't you dare spout nonsense again. You deserve to die. However, before Luan could finish her sentence, Lu Yun was like an enraged tiger as he struck Luan in the chest. Battle chi surged out like a tidal wave. As blood splattered everywhere, a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on Luan's chest. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Luan fell to the ground and breathed his last. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted as he pursed his lips into a sneer. Lu family, let's see how you're going to cover the sky with your hands now. Lu Yun glanced at the dead Luan and turned to look at Zhongjin. Do you know that not reporting the truth is also a capital offense? Zhongjin's face turned pale, and he said in fear, Elder, spare my life. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Elder Lu, Zhongjin is just an insignificant disciple. If he doesn't listen to Elder Lu, he definitely won't be able to live. I hope Elder can let him go. Zhongjin was stunned. He thought that Qin Feiyang would also vent his anger on him. But he didn't expect that she would plead on his behalf. Who? Lu Yun fell silent for a moment before exhaling deeply. All right then, on account of Qin Feiyang pleading on your behalf, I'll let you off this time. If something similar happens in the future, remember to report to me immediately. Lu Yun said. Thank you for sparing my life, Elder. Zhongjin kowtowed repeatedly, crying tears of joy. Lu Yun said, Get up. Tell me, what else do you know? Zhongjin stood up and said respectfully, Not long ago, I accidentally heard a message between Luan and the Lu family head. What did he say? Lu Yun frowned. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhongjin said, The Lu family head asked Luan to provide the resources of the resource hall to the Lu family. What? The Lu family actually did such a thing? They're too much. Elder Lu, you must punish the Lu family severely. The surrounding disciples roared angrily. The resources of the resource hall were already in short supply, and they were still provided to the Lu family. Wasn't this clearly snatching their resources? It was extremely arrogant. Qin Feiyang also revealed a look of realization. Initially, he was curious as to why the Lu family was so fearless even after being banned by the Precious Treasure Pavilion. It turned out that they were targeting the resource hall. This was going to be interesting. The Lu family head was truly stupid. He actually extended his evil claws to the sacred hall. Wasn't he courting death? The Lu family is going to be overturned. Lu Yun was also enraged. He turned and walked out of the resource hall and shouted into the void, "Shiming, come to the resource hall immediately." The atmosphere here instantly became incomparably heavy. Zhong Jin walked in front of Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. "Senior brother Qin, thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "There's no need. I should be the one thanking you." "Thanking me?" Zhong Jin was somewhat stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled without a word. If Zhong Jin had not said this, Lu Yun would not have really suppressed the Lu family even if he killed Luan. But it was different now. The Lu family's actions had not only infuriated the Sacred Hall disciples, but they had also completely infuriated Lu Yun. It was imperative to suppress the Lu family. This way, the Lu family would face the situation of being suppressed by both the Sacred Hall and the Treasure Pavilion. When the time came, even the supreme-grade alchemy master Lu Xingchen and the Lu family's patriarch, the East City Lord, could not save the Lu family. It could be said that Zhong Jin's words played a critical role. Whoosh! A black figure tore through the air like lightning and landed in the sky above the resource hall. It was the martial arts hall's disciplinary elder, Shiming. Shiming was puzzled. "Lu Yun, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Is something the matter?" Lu Yun soared into the air and landed in front of Shiming. He then whispered, "What? The Lu family has really eaten the guts of a leopard." After learning of the situation, Shiming was enraged. The two of them discussed for a while. Shiming nodded and said, "All right, it's decided. All disciplinary elders, listen up. Immediately expel all the Lu family disciples from the Sacred Hall. Carry it out immediately." The two of them roared one after another. Their voices were as loud as a bell, reverberating throughout the Sacred Hall and lingering for a long time. "All right, Lu family, let's see how you're going to jump around now." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. The other disciples around also cheered loudly. However, the other disciples and disciplinary elders were extremely bewildered. They did not understand why Lu Yun and Shiming would suddenly give such an order. How can this be? Lu Ziyuan, who was kneeling in the square, was also in disbelief. Xiao Hong and Dong Cheng, who were beside him, were also dumbfounded. Were they hallucinating? However, the voices of the two elders had clearly reached their ears. Elder Di and Dong Cheng were also stunned for a long while before they recovered. Although they were also very confused, they did not dare to have any objections when Elder Lu ordered them to carry it out immediately. Elder Di shouted, "Disciples of the Lu clan, gather outside immediately." Stone doors opened one after another. Young men and women walked out of the Pill Fire Hall one after another. In the end, there were more than 300 people. One had to know. Disciples who were qualified to enter the Pill Fire Hall had to have at least a 5th grade spiritual power. There were only 9,000 alchemy rooms in the entire Pill Fire Hall. The Lu family took up more than 300 spot. It was no wonder the Lu family dared to be so arrogant. "Elders, why are you chasing us away? What did we do wrong? What is going on?" More than 300 people gathered in the square, looking at Elder Di and Dong Cheng with indignation. "This is the order of the disciplinary elders." "We don't know either." Elder Di shook his head. "I don't accept this. I need a reason. Even if we die, we need to know why." Lu Ziyuan roared. "That's right. This is unfair. We didn't do anything. Why are we being chased away? We want a reasonable explanation." Everyone began to clamor. The same scene was happening in the martial arts hall. There were more than 1,000 Lu family disciples in the martial arts hall. More than half of them were battle monarchs. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, Lu Yun and Shiming appeared. However, they did not give any explanation and directly asked the disciplinary elders to send them out, including Lu Ziyuan. There were more than a dozen disciplinary elders among those who were chased away. It could be said that this was a real reshuffle. Although the other disciples still did not understand the reason, they were all cheering in their hearts. Ever since Lu Xingchen appeared, the Lu family became more and more unscrupulous. Not only did they run amok in the East City, but they also dominated the Sacred Hall. But because the Lu family was too powerful now, no one dared to voice their anger. So, the decision made by the two law-enforcing elders today could be said to be very satisfying. At the same time, in the resource hall, Senior Brother Qin, you are amazing. If not for you, we would never have been able to get rid of the tumor that is the Lu family. But you have to be careful of the Lu family's revenge. The Lu family may be down for a while, but they still have a strong foundation. Yeah. Just Lu Xingchen alone is not someone we can offend. Qin Feiyang was about to leave, but the surrounding disciples swarmed up and surrounded him, talking non-stop. Thank you for your concern. I will be careful. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile. Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, at least they were now on the same side as him. Everyone, disperse. Lu Yun appeared again. The moment he spoke, the disciples surrounding Qin Feiyang dispersed in an uproar. He immediately spread the news of this matter. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon, the news spread in the Sacred Hall. Only then did everyone finally know that all this had to do with Qin Feiyang. Not only did he persuade the Treasure Pavilion to ban the Lu family, Wang family, and Zheng family, but he also chased all the disciples of the Lu family out of the Sacred Hall. This new disciple was too savage. In the past, when they learned that Qin Feiyang was a supreme-grade alchemist, they were at most in awe. However, at that moment, they were all afraid of Qin Feiyang. Because if it were them, they would not be able to do all this. In the square outside the resource hall, Lu Yun stood opposite Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you satisfied with this result?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Elder, you can't say that. This disciple did this for the sake of the Sacred Hall. As you can see, the Sacred Hall has been turned into a mess by the Lu family. If you don't deal with it, many disciples will think that you are siding with the Lu family. This will make everyone disappointed. After all, in the eyes of the world, the Sacred Hall is a pure land for cultivation, not the Lu family's backyard." Qin Feiyang spoke very seriously. Chapter 330. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Elder, you're too polite. It's my honor to be able to contribute to the Holy Temple. I won't ask for anything in return. Don't talk nonsense with me." Lu Yun glared at him fiercely and said, "Although the Lu family has indeed gone overboard, you aren't a good person either. Behave yourself in the future." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and nodded. "I will definitely not take the initiative to cause trouble." After this incident, his impression of Lu Yun had improved significantly. Lu Yun said, "There's one more thing. I can't be bothered with your deal with Treasure Pavilion, nor can I be bothered. However, when you have time, refine a few supreme-grade pills for our holy temple." Qin Feiyang was taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, "Isn't there Murong Jing?" Lu Yun said helplessly, "Our holy temple has so many disciples. The supply of supreme-grade pills can't meet the demand. She has to refine pills alone and cultivate. She won't be able to handle it." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "All right, but I can only refine pills with one pattern." Lu Yun said, "That's fine, but it can't be less than 20,000 pills a month." "That much?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback as he said with a bitter smile, "Murong Jing needs to cultivate, and so do I. How can I have so much time?" Lu Yun frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Then it's the same as Murong Jing. 10,000 pills a month, no less." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly and said with a smile, "What about the price? Didn't you say that you wanted to contribute to the Holy Temple? Why are you talking about money now? You can't be so hypocritical," Lu Yun said with a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang's face immediately turned bitter. He had dug a hole for himself. "There's no money. However, we will provide you with the herbs. You can come to the resource hall to collect them every month. Don't say that I'm biased. Murong Jing is the same. She won't get a single reward." Lu Yun rolled his eyes at him before turning around and soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing from Qin Feiyang's sight. Alas! Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. However, there was no resentment. After all, refining pills with 2 veins required the Pillfire Hall's 3rd-grade Pillfire. However, he was a little displeased. He turned around and entered the resource hall. He looked at Jongjin and said, "You heard what Elder Lu said, right? Quickly give me the herbs." "All right." Jongjin nodded and hurriedly ran upstairs to the warehouse. Several hundred breaths passed. Only then did he run down with his forehead beaded with sweat. He handed a Chenkuan bag to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Senior Marshal Brother Qin, these are the medicinal ingredients for 10,000 sets of aura-converging pills. Keep them well. Are they all energy-gathering pills?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Don't you need to refine the other pills?" Jongjin said, "Yes, but the resource hall doesn't lack other pills for now." "Oh." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Does the resource hall have battle arts?" "No. If Senior Marshal Brother Qin wants battle arts, you can only go to the martial arts treasury. Every disciple who breaks through to the Battle King level has a chance to enter the martial arts treasury." Jongjin explained. "Thanks." Qin Feiyang smiled and quickly returned to the pill refining room. He took out the Nether Devil Flame and began to refine pills. With his current refining speed, he could refine 1 energy-gathering pill every 10 breaths if there was no delay. However, the quantity was too large. It would take at least 2 days to refine 10,000 energy-gathering pills. Many things had happened in these 2 days. It was all related to the Lu family. First, the disciples of the Lu family were chased out of the sacred hall, causing an uproar in the city. Then, on the day of the auction, the precious treasure pavilions in the 4 city districts used image crystals to find out that there were people from the Lu family who wanted to sneak into the auction. In the end, not only were they thrown out, the precious treasure pavilions also issued a warning. If the Lu family dared to send people to cause trouble again, then don't blame the precious treasure pavilions for turning hostile. This series of attacks caused the Lu family to fall into deep trouble. Those who were originally on good terms with the Lu family also began to distance themselves from them. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Lu family's power was gone. And 3 days later, there was another huge storm in the East City. The precious treasure pavilions auctioned the potential pills. After knowing the magical effects of the potential pills, the entire city went crazy. Countless families in the 4 city districts rushed to the precious treasure pavilions in the East City. When the Lu family received the news, they were shocked and angry. The Lu family patriarch immediately ordered housekeeper Lu to sneak into the precious treasure pavilions and snatch the potential pills no matter what. But the precious treasure pavilion's defense was simply watertight. Until the end of the auction, no one succeeded in sneaking in. The Lu family also thought of asking people outside the family to help bid in the precious treasure pavilions. But in the end, no one helped them. Now that the Lu family was jointly banned by the precious treasure pavilions and the sacred hall, it was equivalent to a hot potato. No one wanted to provoke them. They were all afraid of getting into trouble. The sacred hall. Pill refining room number 2. After 2.5 days of hard work, Qin Feiyang finally refined 10,000 energy-gathering pills. "Why isn't the white-eyed wolf back yet?" Qin Feiyang used a Chenkuan bag to store all the pills. He glanced at the resting room and walked out with a trace of doubt. That ruffian wolf is simply too cruel. It's been almost 3 days and he's still torturing Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei. Their screams echo outside the door every day. Every time I pass by and see their miserable state, I can't help but feel my scalp tingle. You still dare to go there? Let me tell you, I don't even dare to go out now. As soon as he walked out of the Pillfire Palace, Qin Feiyang heard a burst of discussion. He saw a few disciples in the square whispering as they walked towards the door of the Pillfire Palace. But when they saw Qin Feiyang, they immediately shut up and ran to Qin Feiyang with fawning smiles. One of them said, "Brother Qin, we didn't say anything bad about Wolf King. Zheng Chuan and Wang Fei deserved it." "Yes, yes, yes. It's so satisfying." The others next to him nodded in agreement. "It's fine." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. They quickly ran into the Pillfire Palace as if they were thieves. "Am I that scary?" Qin Feiyang touched his nose and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Elder Di frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, tell that ruffian wolf to stop when he's ahead. Don't torture them anymore. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded and walked to the center of the square. He looked down at Xiao Hong and Dong Cheng. The Lu family had been expelled, so the two of them were no longer angry. So much so that when he looked at Qin Feiyang, there was even a trace of flattery in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to the resource hall. After giving the energy-gathering pills to Zhongjin, he opened a portal. But at this moment, the image crystal moved. When he took it out, the fat man's figure immediately appeared in front of him. Fatso immediately said, Boss, I've got the evidence. Good. Meet me at the gate of the sacred palace immediately. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He put away the image crystal and stepped into the portal. Ah, Lord Wolf, I beg you, kill me quickly. Don't torture me anymore. Give me a quick death. When Qin Feiyang arrived at the square in front of the reception hall, shrill screams and painful pleas entered his ears. He walked to the stone stairs and looked down. Zheng Chuan and Dong Cheng were lying on the street below. They were covered in blood and didn't look human anymore. The white-eyed wolf's wolfish nature was unleashed. Its sharp claws kept scratching their bodies, leaving glaring bloody marks. And there were many old wounds on their bodies. It was obvious at a glance that the Wolf King had given the two of them a lot of healing pills. After their wounds healed, he continued to torture them. No matter how strong a person's willpower was, they would still break down if they kept going back and forth like this. Not to mention Zheng Chuan and Dong Cheng, these two cowards. None of the elders of the two families left. They had been standing by the side. After standing for a few days, their legs were numb. Qin Feiyang said, White-eyed wolf, that's enough. Brother Qin, you're here. The elders of the two families immediately greeted him with smiles. Qin Feiyang walked down the stone stairs, took out the Chang Shui, and ended Zheng Chuan and Dong Cheng's lives. Brother Qin, Wang Jian and his son, and Zheng Wu and his son have all been killed. Do you think? The elder of the Zheng family looked at him flatteringly. Qin Feiyang said, How do I know that you won't hold a grudge and plot against me behind my back? The elder of the Zheng family said, I swear that I won't. The others also nodded. What a joke. They even dared to ban the Lu family. How could they provoke them? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll talk to Steward Yin later. I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Thank you, Brother Qin. If you have time in the future, come visit us more often. We'll take our leave first. Everyone was overjoyed. They all cupped their hands and smiled. Qin Feiyang said, Take their bodies with you. The group of people took the 4 bodies and turned to leave. They finally felt relieved after being in suspense for a few days. Wolf King looked at the back of the group of people and said unhappily, Little Qin Zi, why did you kill them so quickly? I haven't had my fun yet. Qin Feiyang glanced at it, and a cold light surged in his eyes. Don't worry, there are still people waiting for you to torture. Who? Wolf King was refreshed. What do you think? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Wolf King seemed to have thought of something. Its bell-like eyes suddenly flashed with an astonishing fierceness. Swish. Soon. Fatso appeared out of thin air. He hurriedly ran in front of the man and wolf and said, The guard captain went to torture Yang Nanshan again yesterday, but the whole process was recorded. Well done. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder and asked, Did you find out why he didn't leak our details? Fatso nodded and said, Yes, he wanted to use this to threaten you, but you were always in the sacred temple. Every time you left the sacred temple, you used the portal, so he didn't have a chance. Threaten? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and sneered. Threatening him with this was simply wishful thinking. Let's go. It's time to deal with him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. Wait, have you thought about it? With our current strength, going to prison like this is simply courting death. Fatso hurriedly said. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course we're going to the mansion of the mansion master. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and took the lead to walk into the portal. Chapter 331. The place where Qin Feiyang appeared was Ren Wushuang's courtyard. But the place was empty, and it seemed particularly deserted. I'm really not used to it without Ren Wuxuang. By the way, little Qin Zi, when will you let me take the Juku yellow dragon pill? Wolf King chuckled. What's the Juku yellow dragon pill? Fatso looked at the man and the wolf suspiciously. It's a very awesome pill. Wolf King grinned. How awesome is it? Fatso was surprised. It seemed that a lot of incredible things had happened during his absence. Let's talk about the Juku yellow dragon pill later. Come with me. After saying that, Qin Feiyang strode out of the courtyard and walked toward a guard at the intersection ahead. Young Master Qin, you're here. Although Qin Feiyang didn't come to the mansion many times, the guards in the mansion basically knew him. Seeing Qin Feiyang, the guard greeted him with a smile. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the guard asked again, "Are you here to see the eldest miss?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm here to see the mansion master." "Where is the mansion master?" The guard said, "The mansion master is in the council hall. He seems to be arguing with the chief pavilion master, the chief hall master, and the city lord of Dongcheng City." "Why are they all here?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The guard said with a smile, "I'm also curious, but this is a matter between big shots. A small figure like me is not qualified to interfere." Qin Feiyang asked, "Where is the council hall?" The guard said, "Just go straight. You'll be there in a few hundred breaths at most." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Thank you. Let's talk when we have time." "Okay." The guard nodded. 2 people and 1 wolf dashed along the small path at full speed. Sure enough. In less than 300 breaths, a small but very old palace entered the sight of the 2 men and the wolf. At this moment, the door was closed. Guards in black armor stood around the palace. They were like a group of javelins that stood ramrod straight, looked straight ahead, and emanated unfathomable auras. Seeing the 2 people and the wolf approaching, the 2 guards in front of the gate slightly frowned and prepared to greet them. Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture. The guards looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Qin Feiyang tiptoed to the front of the door. He bent down and put his ear on the door to listen carefully. He couldn't help but be stunned. Weren't they arguing? Why wasn't there any sound from inside? Wolf King and Fatso also leaned forward and pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. The guards looked at each other. How dare he eavesdrop on the manor head's conversation? Wasn't he a little too daring? A guard was about to go up and persuade the 2 wolves and 1 wolf to leave, but a guard beside him hurriedly pulled him back and whispered a few words in his ear. Immediately, the guard's pupils constricted and he hurriedly retreated to the side, ignoring the 2 people and the wolf. The other guards only glanced at the 2 people and the wolf a few more times before looking away. The corners of their mouths were pursed into a bitter smile. Only the 2 people and the wolf dared to be so presumptuous here. At the same time, in the silent main hall, 2 men and 2 women Saturday. The one at the top was a white-haired old man, no doubt the manor head. Below him on the left was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a red robe and seemed to be in high spirits. But his old face was filled with anger at the moment. He was the city lord of the East City, the ancestor of the Lu family. On the right, 2 peerless beauties sat side by side. One was wearing a colorful dress, her facial features were delicate and her skin was whiter than snow. She was like a beautiful butterfly. The other was wearing a purple dress, with a face like a flower and a body like the moon. She could be called a peerless beauty. Both of them looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. But obviously, this was not their real age. Because the woman in the colorful dress was the Grand Hall Master of the temple. The woman in purple was the Grand Hall Master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, the 2 of them looked similar in terms of appearance, figure, and demeanor. But at this moment, the 2 women, the ancestor of the Lu family and the manor head, lowered their heads and remained silent. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? The 2 people and the wolf looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts. Let's go in and see. Wolf King chuckled and was about to wave his claws and smash open the door. Qin Feiyang grabbed him and whispered, "If you go in like this, won't the Grand Hall Master and the others know that we know the manor head?" Then how long do we have to wait? Wolf King was dissatisfied. Let's wait, Qin Feiyang whispered. My lord, I admit that this matter is indeed the fault of the Lu family. But the temple can't drive out all of the disciples of the Lu family, and the precious treasure pavilion. Don't you think it's too much to ban the Lu family over such a small matter? The ancestor of the Lu family finally broke the silence and looked at the manor head angrily. Too much. Old monster Lu, don't say it so casually. All these years, the Lu family has taken advantage of the precious treasure pavilion because of Lu Xingchen, a supreme-grade alchemist. Has the precious treasure pavilion ever complained? But the Lu family is getting more and more arrogant, almost to the point of lawlessness. This time, you're openly provoking the precious treasure pavilion. If I don't order the Lu family to be banned, where will the precious treasure pavilion's dignity go? The woman in purple said coldly. Exactly. The Lu family even dares to touch the resource hall of the temple. If we don't put you down, I'm afraid you'll ride on the temple's head when the time comes. Also, let me give you a kind reminder. Those who know might say that you, old monster Lu, didn't discipline your children well. But those who don't know might think that the Lu family wants to become the master of the city. That's a serious crime. The multicolor-robed woman's red lips lifted slightly as she pursed her lips playfully. But those words made the ancestor of the Lu family's expression change drastically. He hurriedly said, My lord, I don't mean that. The woman in colorful clothes said, Who knows if you mean that? The woman in purple added, Maybe that's what you're thinking. Don't you dare slander me. The ancestor of the Lu family opened his eyes wide and glared at the two of them. The woman in colorful clothes smiled and said, It's just a joke. Why are you so nervous? Do you really have a guilty conscience? The ancestor of the Lu family pointed at the two of them, so angry that his body was trembling. Mph, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you two stinky women. In the end. He snorted coldly and turned to the manor head. He bowed and said, My lord, please give the order to lift the ban. The two women looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. If the manor head nodded, then as the chief pavilion master and chief hall master, they wouldn't dare to disobey. The manor head lowered his head, his old eyes deep in thought. A moment later, he raised his head to look at old monster Lu and smiled. Old Lu, how many years have you been with me? Old monster Lu shook his head and said, This subordinate doesn't remember clearly. It's been a long time anyway. The manor head sighed, That's right. It's been so long that I can't remember. Old monster Lu frowned, not understanding what the manor head was trying to do. The manor head said, You've been with me for so long. Shouldn't you know my character very well? At that moment, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. The manor head had always been fair and impartial. He couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. If he didn't find out, he wouldn't say anything. But once he found out, even if his family members made a mistake, he would punish them severely. Old monster Lu's pupils constricted as he pleaded, My lord, can you show mercy on the account that this subordinate has served you for all these years? Enough. Don't challenge this old man's limits. This old man is talking to you in a pleasant manner. You should accept it with an open mind. Must you force this old man to fall out with you? The manor head slammed his palm on the armrest of his chair and suddenly stood up. His old face was filled with anger. This subordinate doesn't dare. Old monster Lu's gaze trembled as he hurriedly bent down. This old man has long heard about the conduct of those juniors of yours from Wushuang. If it weren't for you, this old man would have chased them out of the state capital long ago. The treasure pavilion and the sacred palace did the right thing in this matter. And they will continue to do so. Instead of pleading here, why don't you go back and discipline them properly? If you cause any more trouble for this old man, don't blame this old man for removing your position as the city lord. The manor head said. Old monster Lu's gaze trembled as he hurriedly said, Yes, this subordinate will go back and discipline them right away. There's more. Let the young people settle their own matters. If the older generation interferes, it's a little unfair. The manor head said meaningfully. Yes, manor head, this subordinate will pass down the order. But my lord, this matter started because of Qin Feiyang. He asked the treasure pavilion and the sacred palace to help. Is this fair? Old Monster Lu was unconvinced. Old Monster Lu, do you have any shame? Yes, we did help Qin Feiyang, but he has the ability to do so. Moreover, if it weren't for those old fogies of your Lu family trying to get rid of him, would he have come to us? I can tell you that with Qin Feiyang's intelligence, as long as those old fogies of the Lu family don't interfere, no one of the Lu family's disciples is a match for him. So, before you talk about others, you'd better go back and discipline those shameless descendants of yours. The two women in colorful clothes did not show any mercy and did not hide their disdain. Idiot! Aren't you putting your old face up for a beating? The two people and the wolf outside snickered. After all, he was an experienced and knowledgeable old monster who had seen countless people, but he still made such a low-level mistake. His IQ was really worrying. It was no wonder that those people of the Lu family were all like idiots. It turned out that this was hereditary. Old Monster Lu was too ashamed to stay any longer. He cupped his hands and said, "My lord, I'll take my leave first." The manor head nodded and said, "You must discipline them well. When I hear someone praise the Lu family one day, I'll ask them to lift the ban." Yes. Old Monster Lu responded respectfully. He glanced at the two women in purple, flicked his sleeves, and turned to walk toward the door. "My lord, we'll take our leave too." The two women in purple got up one after another. "Okay." The manor head nodded. Outside the door, a guard turned his head to look at the two men and the wolf and whispered, "Come in and hide." "It's too late," Qin Feiyang muttered. The footsteps had already arrived behind the door. He waved his hand and led Fatso and the Wolf King directly to the castle. The guard's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Almost at the next moment, the door of the palace opened, and the Lu family's patriarch strode out with a furious look on his face. "Greetings, City Lord Lu." The group of guards bowed and saluted. The Lu family's patriarch glanced at them coldly, soared into the sky, and disappeared in an instant. The two women in purple also came out one after another. The woman in purple grabbed the hand of the woman in colorful clothes and said with a smile, "Sister, come to the treasure pavilion when you're free and chat with me. It's quite boring to be alone." The woman in colorful clothes nodded and said, "Okay, sister, if you're free, come to the sacred palace to play more often." Chapter 332. Swoosh. Two people and a wolf appeared at the door again. Fatso said sneakily, "Boss, did you hear that? The Grand Temple Master and the Precious Treasure Pavilion Master are a pair of beautiful sisters. What do you want?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him with a frown. "Nothing, I'm just curious. Judging from their voices, they shouldn't be old women in their 70s or 80s. Listening to their conversation, they probably aren't men. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said something like boring. Boss, why don't you use your masculine charm and get them? This way, we will be able to do whatever we want in Great Jew City," Fatso said with a wretched smile. "That's a good idea." Wolf King nodded. The group of guards at the side were dumbfounded. Wasn't this man and wolf too wretched? Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang was a little embarrassed. He directly gave Wolf King and Fatso a knock on the head. "Talk nonsense again and I'll tear your mouths apart." Qin Feiyang glared at them fiercely. He smiled at the guards and turned to walk into the main hall. The decorations in the hall were very simple. There were no other decorations on the walls other than a few murals. There were only 6 chairs on the floor. There was a tea table beside each chair. They were all carved out of the most common wood. Beside a few stone pillars and in the 4 corners, there was a pot of green plants. They were full of vitality. Of all the things in the hall, these potted plants were probably the most valuable. It was obvious that the mansion master was a very honest old man. The mansion master was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Before Qin Feiyang could answer, the mansion master said, "But you're just in time. I have something to tell you." Qin Feiyang walked to the mansion master and asked in confusion, "Is it about the Lu family?" "No." The mansion master shook his head and smiled. "I want to ask, what do you think of Wushuang?" "Sister." Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. "Sister is very good." Waraha, Wolf King rushed up and said with a strange smile, Old man, are you trying to matchmake little Qinzi and little Ren? Let me tell you, my little Qinzi is already taken. Ooh! The mansion master was stunned. Cough, cough. Fatso also walked in. He coughed dryly and said, Brother Wolf, you're wrong. She should be taken. Boss can't be considered a flower. Wolf King chuckled and said, who cares if it's called a grass or a flower? It has the same meaning anyway. Qin Feiyang's veins bulged. These two bastards, did they even understand the situation? One had to know that this was in front of the prefecture lord. If they angered this old man, none of them would be able to live in peace. Fortunately, when he looked at the manor lord didn't seem angry. The manor head sized up Wolf King and Fatso. In the end, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. You think too much. I just want to ask you. Do you think Shuang'er and Lu Xingchen are a good match? The manor lord said. What? He didn't want to matchmake Qin Feiyang and Ren Wushuang, but Ren Wushuang and Lu Xingchen? Are you kidding me? They're definitely not a good match. How can that idiot be a good match for little Ren? Old man, don't push little Ren into the fire pit. Be careful or she'll hate you for the rest of her life. Wolf King roared. Fire pit. The manor lord was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, what do you think? Of course not. Although I haven't seen Lu Xingchen, my sister has mentioned him to me. I heard that he's not a good person. And every time she mentioned him, my sister's face was full of disgust. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. This is troublesome. The manor lord frowned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. The manor lord said, didn't Shuang'er tell you that she and Lu Xingchen have a marriage contract? Marriage contract? The two men and one wolf looked at each other. They really didn't know. Ren Wushuang had never mentioned it. Wolf King said angrily, old man, is there a grandfather like you? Why don't you ask for her opinion? Sooner or later, she'll hate you to death. The manor lord's face was full of wry smiles. He sighed and said, in fact, they were engaged as soon as they were born. It's commonly known as an infant marriage. Wolf King said disdainfully, you're selling off your granddaughter at such a young age. You're really generous. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, don't talk nonsense. It doesn't matter. The manor lord waved his hand and said, to be honest, this marriage was not decided by me. It was Shuang'er's parents. The manor lord said that Ren Wushuang's parents had a good relationship with Lu Xingchen's parents. Not long after Lu Xingchen was born, Ren Wushuang was also born. At that time, Lu Xingchen's father proposed to set up a marriage contract for the two children so that they could be even closer. Ren Wushuang's parents also readily agreed. At first, the manor lord was also very satisfied with Lu Xingchen. But when Lu Xingchen grew up and became a supreme alchemist, his personality slowly changed. He was arrogant, rude, and so on. The manor lord also gradually began to feel disappointed. But the marriage contract had already been set. As the lord of a state, he naturally couldn't break the marriage contract. But when he saw his granddaughter's reluctant look, he couldn't bear it. So, he was now riding a tiger and was at a loss of what to do. Wolf King said telepathically, little Qinzi, why don't we help him? Anyway, we've already offended the Lu family. It doesn't matter if we offend them again. Qin Feiyang hesitated. Wolf King said, anyway, Ren Wushuang is also your sister. Are you going to let this little cabbage be eaten by that pig Lu Xingchen? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Of course, he would help Ren Wushuang. But one had to know that Ren Wushuang was the manor lord's granddaughter. As long as Lu Xingchen married her, the Lu family's status in the spiritual state would be even more stable. How could the Lu family easily give up such an opportunity? It was simply wishful thinking to expect the Lu family to give up voluntarily. After pondering for a while, he looked up at the manor lord and said with a smile, it's not convenient for you to do this, so let us do it. Really? The manor lord's eyes lit up. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a faint smile, after all, she's my sister. Although she's not my biological sister, she's really good to me. I don't want her to be ruined by that pig Lu Xingchen. Good, good, good. The manor lord nodded repeatedly, got up and walked to Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, "If you can really solve this matter, I'll reward you handsomely." "What reward?" Wolf King walked up and chuckled. "It's a secret for now." The manor lord smiled mysteriously. Fatso said with a sneer, "Brother Wolf, think about it, the reward from the manor lord won't be bad." "That's not necessarily true. Look at this, the most valuable thing is those potted plants. They're even poorer than little Qin Zi back in Iron Ox Town." Wolf King said with disdain. The manor lord's old face twitched, and he said angrily, "You little wolf, are you so presumptuous because I'm too easy to talk to?" Wolf King pursed his lips and said, "Don't threaten me, I'm very stingy. If you offend me, I won't care about Ren Wushuang anymore. You can worry about it yourself." The manor lord's veins were bulging. Did he threaten him? It was clearly this ruffian wolf who was threatening him, okay? It was really outrageous. He was the lord of a state. Who didn't respect him when they saw him? Since he became the manor lord, this was the first time he was threatened. It was the first time in his life that he was threatened by a wolf. However, with this ruffian wolf's character and Qin Feiyang's cleverness, he might really be able to break the engagement. Thinking of this, he was too lazy to care about it. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Why are you looking for me? By the way, I almost forgot." Qin Feiyang patted his head, looked at Fatso and said, "Take out the evidence." Fatso nodded and took out the image crystal. Battle chi surged, and light shone in all directions. In the void in front of them, an image quickly emerged. In the image, the guard captain walked into the prison, opened the stone door of the cell, and punched and kicked Yang Nanshan as soon as he entered. At the same time, he also cursed some unbearable vulgarities. The manor lord asked, "Why are you showing me this?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You don't know him? He is Yang Nanshan." "Yang Nanshan?" The manor lord pondered for a while and said, "So it's him. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him. It seems that Wang Hong is in charge." "You've never seen him?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. But it made sense. What kind of existence was the manor lord? Ordinary people would not meet him at all. What's more, Yang Nanshan was now a criminal. "Last time, I had an agreement with Commander Wang Hong that Yang Nanshan would be released after another year of imprisonment. But I didn't expect that the guard captain would treat him like this." Qin Feiyang immediately explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Fatso added a few words from time to time, adding fuel to the fire. After listening, the manor lord was furious. As the guard captain of the prison, he actually used his power for personal gain. It was simply unforgivable. "Men!" he shouted angrily. A guard immediately ran in and bowed. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The manor lord said, "Go and get Wang Hong." "Yes." The guard responded respectfully, turned around, and ran out. After the guard left, the manor lord turned his head to look at Fatso, his old eyes shining with an inexplicable light. "What?" Fatty felt a little guilty under her stare. The manor lord said, "It's only been half a month and you're able to get such evidence. You're not simple at all. You're flattering me. Compared to boss, I'm still far behind." Fatso smiled embarrassedly. The manor lord asked, "Did you bribe the other guards?" Fatso immediately became vigilant and said, "If you promise not to blame me, I'll tell you." The manor lord waved his hand and said, "All right, you don't have to tell me. I already know the answer. Without a doubt. It must be one of the guards who was bribed by Fatso." Of course, he also knew that this was very common. But they were so easily bribed. Were these guards too weak to resist the temptation? How embarrassing. At this moment, Wang Hong strode into the main hall and bowed, "Greetings, my lord." The manor lord nodded and said, "Fatso, let Wang Hong see what kind of people he has trained." "What do you mean?" Wang Hong frowned. Fatso waved his hand, and the image appeared again. Damn it. After watching it, Wang Hong was furious. He bowed and said, "My lord, it's my fault. Please punish me." "What's the use of punishing you? That guard captain, it's up to you. As for Yang Nanshan, I heard from Qin Feiyang that he's a good person and has already learned to repent." Just let him go. The Manor Lord ordered. Yes. Wang Hong nodded and asked, send him back to Yang County. Or let him stay in the city. The Manor Lord asked, what's his cultivation level? Wang Hong said, 8-star combat emperor. His strength is not bad. Then don't send him back. Didn't the Holy Sanctum just chase away a group of people? Arrange for him to go to the Holy Sanctum, the Manor Lord said. The two men and the wolf were overjoyed. Yang Nanshan's suffering was finally over. All right, I'll do it right away. Wang Hong bowed in response, then turned around and walked out. Wolf King hurriedly said, wait, let's go too. Wang Hong glanced at the two men and the wolf, then looked at the Manor Lord. Wolf King said anxiously, old man, we've already agreed with Yang Nanshan that we'll pick him up personally. You can't let us go back on our word. The Manor Lord looked at the two men and the wolf, then waved his hand and said, bring them there. Yes. Wang Hong waved his hand and swept up the two men and the wolf, then flew out of the meeting hall at lightning speed and toward the prison. These three little guys are really something. The Manor Lord sighed. Bribing the guards. Suppressing the Liu family. Even a shrewd old antique might not be able to do all these things. But now, it was happening to these young people. Chapter 333. Prison. When Qin Feiyang arrived at the plaza, the rage in his heart erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable. He raised his head and looked at the stone tower. When he saw the guard captain standing in front of the stone tower, his eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time, the guard captain also noticed Qin Feiyang, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. It's finally here. Finally a chance. Wei Zhongyang had already told him everything. As long as he had this information, this person would definitely obediently hand over the dagger. However, when he saw Wang Hong, who was traveling with him, his expression changed again. Why would Wang Hong come with Qin Feiyang? No. Whether it was Wang Hong, Qin Feiyang, or Fatso and Ruffian Lang, they all had a strange expression. They seemed to be coming aggressively. At the same time, when a wide-faced guard standing behind the guard captain saw Fatso, his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Fatso rushed forward and shouted at the guard captain, "Open the door immediately." The guard captain raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Hong. Wang Hong said, "Take us to see Yang Nanshan." What? They're here to see Yang Nanshan. The guard captain's heart trembled, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. He had just given Yang Nanshan a good beating yesterday. His injuries had not healed yet. If he went in now and was seen by Wang Hong, he would definitely be held responsible. Fatso shouted coldly, "Don't you have ears? Hurry up and open the door." The guard captain's eyes trembled. He took out a token and turned around to open the door. Trembling with fear, he led the group to Yang Nanshan's cell. It was worth mentioning that, before entering the castle, Fatso glanced at the wide-faced guard. Both of them had a strange smile on their faces. How could this be? Why would they come to see Yang Nanshan at this time? The guard captain stood in front of the cell, extremely panicked. He put his hand in his chest, but couldn't find the key to open the stone door. Wang Hong frowned. "Do you need me to help you find the key?" No. I've found it." The guard captain shook his head repeatedly. He took out the pentagram key and embedded it in the indentation on the stone door. Yet his arm was trembling. Two people and one wolf looked at each other, and their eyes couldn't help but emit a cold light. Clang! The stone door finally opened. Yang Nanshan entered their sight. At this moment, he was unconscious. His entire body was a mess of flesh and blood. Not a single part of his body was intact. He simply didn't look like a human. Qin Feiyang ran into the prison cell and checked on Yang Nanshan's injuries. He turned his head and roared at the guard captain, "What happened?" The guard captain shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Maybe he took things too hard and hurt himself." Self-harm? Fatso sneered. This person was very cunning. If he didn't have any evidence, he probably couldn't do anything to him. Clang! Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui and cut off the iron shackles. The guard captain raised his brow and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing?" He turned to look at Wang Hong and said angrily, Commander Wang, look at him. He's way too reckless. He doesn't care about the rules of the prison at all. Shut up. Wang Hong frowned. If Qin Feiyang dared to cut off the iron shackles in front of him, it meant that he had already obtained his tacit approval. If he couldn't even think of that, was he brainless? Without the shackles, the battle qi in Yang Nanshan's body awakened and started recovering on its own. The reason why Yang Nanshan's injuries could not recover was because the god of gravity metal could restrain battle qi. Qin Feiyang gave Yang Nanshan a supreme-grade healing elixir. Soon, his injuries recovered. A few hundred breaths later, Yang Nanshan finally woke up. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then, he looked at the Wolf King and Fatso beside him and whispered, "I'm not dead yet." His voice was weak and hoarse. Wolf King chuckled. "With us around, you can't die even if you want to. You can talk now." Yang Nanshan was surprised. "Not only can I talk, but I can also change my size. Look." Wolf King shook his body and instantly turned into the size of a palm. He jumped up and down as if he was showing off to an elder. He was rather cute. Yang Nanshan was a little dazed. He glanced at the two men and the wolf and smiled. "Thank you, but I'm fine now. You don't have to come and visit me every now and then. Who said we're here to visit you? We're here to take you out. Furthermore, how are you fine now?" Fatso rolled his eyes. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes. "Take me out?" Yang Nanshan was stunned. The Imperial bodyguard captain turned pale with fright. Didn't they say that Yang Nanshan would only be released after a year? Why was he released now? If Yang Nanshan was allowed to leave the prison alive, he would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. Really? After Yang Nanshan came back to his senses, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Yes, this is an order from the Academy Lord himself." "I can finally get out," Yang Nanshan murmured. He was in disbelief and felt like he was dreaming. However, the guard captain's heart was in turmoil. The Academy Lord had given the order personally. It was over. It was completely over now. Yang Nanshan was stronger than him. When Yang Nanshan was released, he would definitely be the first to find trouble with him. Qin Feiyang helped Yang Nanshan up and turned to look at the guard captain, sneering, "Are you afraid now?" The guard captain panicked. I didn't do anything wrong. What's there to be afraid of?" Qin Feiyang said, "Fatso, show him." "All right." Fatso took out an image crystal and an image appeared rapidly. "How is that possible? Why do you have this?" The guard captain was dumbfounded and looked at Fatso in bewilderment. "Don't do it unless you don't want others to know. Even the Academy Lord knows about what you've done. Tell me, what consequences will you face next?" Fatso sneered. The guard captain trembled and looked at Wang Hong hurriedly. "Commander Wang, listen to my explanation." Yang Nanshan was the one who spoke arrogantly. In a fit of anger, "I tortured him." "Enough!" Wang Hong shouted coldly. "Thud." The guard captain knelt on the ground and begged, "Commander Wang, I'm telling the truth. Please investigate. If you admit your mistake, I'll be lenient. However, you've disappointed me. Until now, you're still stubborn. You deserve to die." Wang Hong's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Commander, you can't kill me." The guard captain retreated hurriedly. At the same time, he took out an image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I know everything about you. Give me a portal immediately. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone about you." He knew that he would not be able to escape today, so he could only escape from the city to save his life. "How dare you?" Qin Feiyang's background is forbidden by the Academy Lord's order. If you dare to tell anyone, not only will you die, but your family head will also die. Wang Hong was furious. The Academy Lord again. The guard captain's body trembled. Just who was this guy? Why was the Academy Lord so concerned about him? Fat Lord already knew that you wanted to use this to blackmail us. Unfortunately, you're too naive. Let's not talk about the Academy Lord first. Even if you tell everyone, it won't hurt us. On the contrary, it'll only make us more famous and make the Lu family and the other families more afraid of us. Fatso shook his head, his eyes filled with sarcasm. The guard captain murmured, "Then everything I've done will be in vain." Whoosh! At this moment, with a single step, Wang Hong landed in front of the guard captain. With lightning speed, he crushed the image crystal in his hand. The guard captain trembled and knelt on the ground again. He begged, "Commander, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'll change. You only have one chance." Wang Hong extended his index finger and pointed at the guard captain's forehead. "Sir, wait," Yang Nanshan suddenly said. Wang Hong frowned. Yang Nanshan cupped his hands and said, "I want to fight with the guard captain. Please allow me." "No," Fatso and Wolf King hurriedly said. Yang Nanshan was seriously injured and his mental state was not good. He could not use his full strength. Even if his cultivation level was higher than the guard captain's, he would not be at an advantage. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. "I agree." Wolf King said angrily, "Little Qin Zi, are you crazy?" Qin Feiyang said, "He has tortured the temple master for so long. It's best for the temple master to end his life." Yang Nanshan had his pride. After being bullied for so long, he was full of resentment. If he did not vent it now, he would not be satisfied for the rest of his life. But Wolf King still wanted to say something. Yang Nanshan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Even if I can't use my full strength, I can still trample him under my feet." The guard captain said, "How arrogant. Fine, I'll fight with you. If I win, you'll let me go." "You can't win." Yang Nanshan shook his head, his entire body exuding an unparalleled confidence. The old Yang Nanshan was back. Wang Hong thought for a while and said, "Okay, let's go to the square outside." He also wanted to see how much potential Yang Nanshan had. They walked out of the ancient tower. "It's been a long time since I saw the sun." Yang Nanshan stood on the stone stairs and looked up at the sky. He felt like a lifetime had passed. Swoosh! The guard captain took a step forward and landed at a corner of the square. His aura exploded. He was a 7-star combat emperor. "Come on, I'll show you the difference between you and me." He looked up at Yang Nanshan with provocation in his eyes. "Is that so?" Yang Nanshan retracted his gaze and looked down. Qin Feiyang said, "Palace Master, open your mouth." Yang Nanshan was stunned. He was confused, but he did not ask. His cracked lips opened slightly. Qin Feiyang secretly took out a battle chi pill with 2 veins. He held it in his hand and stuffed it into Yang Nanshan's mouth at lightning speed. "This is..." Yang Nanshan was shocked. Although he did not see it, he knew it was a battle chi pill when it entered his mouth. But this energy was too majestic. It kept flowing into his chi sea. The battle chi that he had lost was quickly replenished. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I'll explain it to you after we get rid of that guy." "Okay." Yang Nanshan nodded. "I'll make you pay for the humiliation I've suffered."